Everything okay? There's no audio. Now I'm hearing the feedback.
Do you gentlemen mind muting? I'm wondering if we're getting interference there. You're muted.
We're going to pause for a quick second while we find out the technical difficulties.
Do you have that?
Is there audio? Okay.
Abigail, was there just no audio on the YouTube feed, or was it there? Nothing was recorded in Zoom.
Everything's recorded, but the audio is coming through the conference system.
Okay.
And that was off.
Oh, I see. Okay, but we have a recording of what Kate said so far.
I don't think it picked up the audio.
Oh,
Do we
okay.
need to start over?
I think we should start over.
I think we're going to start over. Thank you all for your patience, but we want to make sure we get the recording correctly.
Do you want me to end the recording instead?
No, we'll just start from there because I don't want to mess up the technology at this point.
Before we go any further, I can just make sure with Jana that everything is working.
Jana, is everything working at this point?
Perfect.
Perfect? Okay. I think we're good. We're going to start over, and I thank you all for your patience with that. So we'll set a new time for start? Okay. Good morning again. It is Tuesday, May 12th, 2026 at 10:12 a.m. And this is the public hearing to consider evidence concerning matters remanded to the Secretary of State by the Superior Court's order dated April 24th, 2026 in Gilbert versus Bellows, docket number AP-2026-10. My name is still Catherine McBrien, Chief Deputy Secretary of State, and I will be conducting the hearing today. I will be conducting this hearing consistent with the Maine Administrative Procedure Act entitled 21A, Section 356. The audio of the hearing is being recorded, we have confirmed, so that it can be transcribed if necessary. The hearing is also being live streamed on my office's YouTube page, and everyone present here in the room may be seen and heard on that live stream at any time the Zoom is on. It will be important for counsel and witnesses to turn on their microphones in order for that sound to be picked up and recorded. Jonathan R. Bolton, Assistant Attorney General for the State of Maine, is present and will be serving as legal counsel to me in this matter. Abigail Eames is assisting with technology and collecting exhibits. I'd ask that those here to observe remain quiet and not interrupt or otherwise interfere with the proceedings. Would counselors for the challengers, Jane Gilbert, Mark Sayer, and Caitlin Weber, please state their names clearly for the record?
Christopher D. Dodge of Elias Law Group on behalf of the Gilbert petitioners.
Ben Stafford, Elias Law Group, on behalf of the petitioners.
James Monteleone of Bernstein Sure on behalf of the petitioners.
Thank you. Would the counsel for the Protect Girls Sports in Maine Ballot Question Committee please state their names for the record?
Timothy Woodcock for the intervener.
Jana Gow for interveners.
Going forward, I will be referring to the challengers collectively as Gilbert and the Protect Girls Sports in Maine Ballot Question Committee as the committee. My understanding is that we have received no timely motions to intervene in this proceeding. Is there anyone present who is seeking to intervene in this matter? Still no. Any witnesses who are participating today will be called upon at the appropriate time and asked to state their name for the record. The witness will then be sworn in by me. Do the parties at this time expect to call any witnesses other than those listed on their witness lists?
Petitioners do not.
Intervener does not.
This hearing is being conducted in person, but some people may be present via Zoom. When a witness who is appearing by Zoom in this matter is called, I will swear them in, and then questioning will proceed in the same manner as witnesses attending in person. Witnesses online will not be promoted as an attendee of the meeting until they are being called as a witness, although they will have the capability of observing the proceedings online. If any parties plan to offer written evidence, it should be described for the record and then handed to me to be marked as an exhibit. Each exhibit must be shown to the opposing party or parties of their legal counsel. Evidence will be admitted if it is the kind of evidence upon which reasonable persons are accustomed to rely in the conduct of serious affairs. I may exclude irrelevant or unduly repetitious evidence or testimony. I may also place other limits on the parties' presentations as necessary to prevent unreasonable delay. I ask that all parties, including interveners, keep their presentations concise and focused on the issues to be addressed at this hearing. The hearing will proceed as follows. Counsel for each party will be permitted opening statements. This is just a brief summary of the presentations and are limited to 10 minutes each. The more detailed statements will happen in the evidentiary period and portion of this hearing. I will then admit any exhibits into evidence that are being offered without objection. Gilbert will then present her evidence and may call any relevant witnesses to support their challenges to the petitions that have been remanded. The committee will have an opportunity to cross-examine each witness. I or my counsel may also have questions for the witnesses. The committee will then present its evidence and may call any relevant witnesses to support its challenge. Counsel for Gilbert will have an opportunity to cross-examine each witness, and I and my legal counsel may also ask questions. I may also have questions for the witnesses. Gilbert may then request an opportunity to call witnesses or offer evidence for rebuttal. Any rebuttal must be limited to factual issues raised by the committee in its presentation. We will then close the evidentiary portion of the hearing and set a deadline for the parties to file written closing arguments. Following receipt of those closing arguments, I will be preparing a recommended decision, which I will issue to the parties next week. The parties will be given an opportunity to file objections to the recommended decision. However, given the May 26th deadline imposed by the court for a final decision, the parties should expect a very short deadline to file objections. The Secretary of State will then act upon the recommended decision no later than May 26th. The agency record at the start of the hearing includes the full agency record filed by the Secretary of State with the Superior Court on April 6, 2026, and Bates numbered R1 to R33314. The original and amended notice of the hearing, both emailed to the parties on April 28, 2026. Does any party have any objections or questions to the procedures I have outlined? Great. The parties may now be heard on matters that are before me on their Superior Court's remand order. Attorney Dodge, you may now proceed with your brief opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I don't have any elaborate statement, but I thought it would be useful to table set for the hearing officer what evidence she will be hearing today and what its consequences. As the record reflects, when the Secretary first validated the ballot initiative, it was with a margin of approximately 3,300 signatures. After preliminary legal proceedings, that margin has now dropped by a substantial margin to a mere 300 signatures. The evidence today will show that once the Secretary considers all the facts on remand, the ballot initiative, in fact, fell very far short of the required threshold to qualify for the November ballot. There are two primary categories of evidence you'll be hearing from the petitioners today, and then, of course, we have additional legal arguments still before the Superior Court that, when reviewed, would invalidate yet further signatures. The first category of evidence you'll hear testimony on today involves circulators on behalf of the ballot initiative who, as video, photographic, and testimonial evidence will show, abandoned their petition sheets in violation of the Secretary's instructions and in violation of Maine law. And attendantly, when they signed the oaths on their petition sheets, they did so falsely, because that oath requires them to attest that they personally witnessed every signature on the sheet, and that was a false oath as to these particular circulators. You'll hear testimony from individuals who were in Topsom on Election Day 2025, who witnessed a circulator leave his petition sheets unattended for a substantial period of time on several occasions, during which people signed them outside of his presence. You'll hear similar testimony regarding a polling site in Saco on Election Day as well, And this afternoon, you'll hear further testimony about a circulator in Auburn who likewise abandoned his petitions by allowing them to circulate freely within a line at a Christmas event. The second bucket of evidence you will hear testimony on today, and additional evidence of, is largely already in the record. And what it will reflect is that a substantial number of circulators on behalf of the ballot initiative engaged in very obvious and transparent fraud in completing their petition sheets. This fraud was particularly pervasive on petition sheets from a number of circulators who operated in the Lewiston-Auburn area. As the record already reflects, several of these circulators had petition sheets that had extraordinarily strikingly high rejection rates due to duplicative signatures, signatures from non-registered voters, signatures made on behalf of another. And what scrutiny of those signatures will show are that there are a large number of duplicates from those petition sheets where the signatures bear no resemblance to one another, where it is very clear that different people were signing on behalf of the same name. As we will set out in post-trial briefing, the proper remedy for that is to invalidate the petition sheets for all those circulators because it is very clear that they engaged in fraud. But at a minimum, the secretary will have to toss out the petition sheets that are tainted by that fraud because the oaths on those sheets were also false. A sheet containing a duplicative signature, even if it was itself invalidated as duplicative, evinces that the oath was false. So that is what you'll hear today. It will be more fleshed out in the post-hearing briefing with reference to evidence in the record. And with that, I'll turn things over to my colleague.
Thank you for the opportunity for an opening statement here. We agree that the two categories described by Attorney Dodge are those that are likely to be the source of testimonial hearing today. We do anticipate that you will hear from some of the circulators whose petitions are being challenged here. And we would note that, and I would say in a rather alarmingly casual manner, the petitioners are alleging fraud, dishonesty on the part of these circulators. We anticipate the circulators will that we have called will come and explain their petition gathering, their signature gathering process for the record here, and that they honored the circulator's oath when they signed their petitions. I would note we do also look forward to questioning those who have brought these accusations, which have been presented to this forum in an unqualified and unrestrained manner. In addition, the same goes for those circulators who are accused of having unusually high proportion of A&O designations on their petitions. I would note that we are anticipating those circulators will appear today, and we would ask that the record not only reflect and consider the petitions that they submitted that the petitioners are now challenging, but also the entire body of petitions that they did circulate, so that the true rate of approval of the signatures that they submitted can be put in full context. And I would add in this regard, what we are talking about here are signatures that are fixed by electors who are constitutionally authorized to sign these petitions. This is the way in which the people of Maine, through the adoption of the initiative method, sought to petition the government. And the invalidation of a voter's signature is a serious matter for that voter's exercise of his or her right to petition the government, as well as the related First Amendment rights, of which the Secretary is well aware. So in this matter, this is a serious matter. This is the means by which Maine citizens try to put proposals before their fellow citizens. And the effort here is to prevent the voters from considering an initiative that many voters chose whether they supported it or not. In substance, they thought their fellow citizens should consider it. So that is the fundamental issue we're dealing with here today. Thank you for that opportunity.
To move on. Is that finished?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you all. So we're moving to the evidentiary portion of today's hearing. Have the parties conferred on whether any exhibits can be entered into the record without objection? And which exhibits?
We have so conferred. There are no exhibits to enter in at this time, but we do expect that there will not be significant dispute as the evidence come in.
I'm just also getting a technical reminder for everyone to speak up when using the microphones and make sure your microphones are on so that everything gets captured as well as possible. So, and I may just remind everyone throughout the day as well. Great. Counsel, for Gilbert, you may call your first witness.
Madam Hearing Officer, in agreement with intervener, I believe we will be taking one of their witnesses first out of order.
Yes, we appreciate the cooperation of the Petitioners Council on this. We are calling out of sequence here. Circulator Cairo, whom I believe is in the waiting room.
Wonderful. Cairo, can you hear us all right?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
now we can. Now we
Okay,
can
great.
hear you. Would you please state your name clearly for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Cairo. That's Cairo. Cairo is in Egypt. It's just Cairo. That's all there is to my name.
Great.
That is my legal
Please.
name.
Thank you. Will you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Proceed with questions?
Woodcock first.
Okay. Mr. Woodcock, you can proceed with questions.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Cairo.
Good morning, sir.
So first, I think you anticipated my first question. Your name, Cairo, is your full name. Is that correct?
That is my absolute only name. That is correct. That is what's on my license and my passport and cards, credit cards, bank statements. Yes.
Next question I have for you. First, you circulated petitions in this particular initiative, the Protect Girls Sports in Maine initiative. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the circulation of petitions, is that something that you do as a livelihood?
I've been in the political consulting business since 1997.
And has that included circulating petitions with some regularity for candidates initiatives?
Absolutely. That covers ballot initiatives, qualifying, initiatives, candidates all across this country.
Now, in your experience as a circulator, do you understand circulators have certain obligations?
Absolutely.
And are you aware of the obligations in Maine with respect to witnessing signatures?
Absolutely.
And what's your understanding of those?
Well, you're responsible. I mean, the witnessing of a signature is basically so one can attest that they were actually there and they saw the person come up to the table or whatever, or come up to the paper and take a pen and begin to initiate the process of signing or whatever the requirement is on the form, on the initiative form.
Now, before you began accepting signatures in Maine, you had to fill out a sheet that explained who you were and your willingness to abide by Maine rules. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware that on the sheet that you filled out, there were two boxes, one that indicated whether you were a resident of the state of Maine and another, if you were not, whether you would submit to the jurisdiction of Maine with respect to your circulator duties.
That is correct. I am aware of that form.
And when you filled out that form initially, you did not check the box saying you were a resident of Maine because you weren't, correct?
I am not a resident of Maine, and I did not want to say that I was a resident of Maine.
But you also did not fill out the box that indicated that you would be willing to submit to the jurisdiction of Maine in the event questions arose about your circulator duties. Is that correct?
That is correct. That was done by error. I think there were some other questions or whatever, and so the intention was to get the actual data of what was being asked from me, to put it aside and then get clarity on that to make sure that I am marking the right box, because I don't want to mark the wrong box. And unfortunately, I think we were just at that time, given that paperwork, I think we were just kind of inundated with several things that we were doing at the one time. And that unfortunately, we didn't get back to addressing the specificities of that matter.
So let me ask you just a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
Although you did not check that box, were you at all times willing to submit to the jurisdiction of Maine with respect to questions about your circulator duties?
Mr. Woodcock, I am always willing to subject myself to whatever questions that I need to answer, because I know what I'm doing as a circulator.
And that's one reason why you're here today by video, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, also, did you, you did more recently complete that circulator form, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And in that completed circulator form, did you check the box indicating that you would submit to the jurisdiction of Maine?
Absolutely.
And did you,
as I'm doing right now.
and did you sign that before a notary public under oath?
Absolutely.
And maybe share the screen. Yep. We're going to see if we can share the screen with you and show you what you signed.
If you could, please. Thank you.
Okay. Now, do you see in front of you a document entitled State of Maine Circulator Affidavit?
Correct.
And is that your name at the top?
That is correct.
And if you would go down to the halfway down, you'll see there's a box that has been checked. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And is that the box indicating that you would submit to the jurisdiction of the state of Maine with respect to your circulator duties?
That is correct, sir.
And you signed that as of May 6th of this year, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then down below it a little bit further is the notary public witnessing of your signature under oath, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And so we have made this available to Counsel for the Petitions, and I believe as well as to the Secretary. We would ask that this document be admitted into evidence.
We don't object to admitting this into the record insofar as the witness has laid a foundation for it. We do obviously reserve the right to contest its legal consequence in the post-hearing briefing.
Thank you very much. Cairo, I don't have further questions for you. I do appreciate your attendance here today.
Thank you. Anything else, I'm more than happy to assist.
You haven't asked us.
Some questions to follow
Let's go
up.
first to me.
And does Counsel for Gilbert have questions?
Briefly, please. Ms. Cairo, you're not a Maine resident, correct?
That is correct.
At the time that you were collecting petition signatures in November 25 through January 26, you were a resident of Arizona, right?
At that time, yes.
And you were aware that to be eligible to collect signatures in Maine as a non-Maine resident, you are required to submit an affidavit expressing your willingness to submit to the jurisdiction of the state of Maine.
Well, as I said earlier, Are you referring to the form that we just spoke of, correct?
Well, I'm referring to the sworn statement that you just spoke of. Yes.
Correct. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're apples to apples. Yes. So again, when I was given the form, I clearly was not a Maine resident, so I did not mark that first box. The second box, I believe we had some questions here. I wanted to make sure that I was marking the correct box. So we did have some questions, and I don't think that we were able to address those questions upon our initial receiving of the initiatives and everything. We were bombarded with several things and rules and what we needed to do. So we did not get the chance to go back to that, to mark that box off.
If I could, I'd like to refer you to your original sworn statement that was dated November 4th of 2025, which is identified in the record as page 032665. And I can put that on the screen for you.
If you could, please.
Are you able to see that on your screen?
I can.
All right. Now, you've referenced that you didn't want to mark the wrong box, correct?
That is correct.
And you'd agree that there are two boxes, two choices. Correct?
That is correct.
And one of those choices is that you are a resident of the state of Maine at all times while circulating. Correct?
Correct.
And that did not apply to you because you were not a resident of the state of Maine at any time while you were circulating. Correct?
Give me just a second here. Let me make sure. Okay, what was your question again, sir?
That, in fact, you were not a resident of the state of Maine at any time while you circulated petitions.
That is correct, nor did I give the inference that I was a resident of the state of Maine.
Which left just one choice, just one alternative box to check.
I understand that, sir. However, again, I like to be certain, and I do recall us having a question or concern that needed to be addressed. And again, we were not able, at least and I don't think I was alone, we were not able to address that. I believe we were, from my recollection here, again, we had various things we had to handle in that moment. So it did innocently get missed. There was no ill intention to falsely fill out a form, if that is what you're suggesting. That is not the case, not at all.
So you're saying, if I understand you correct, that you weren't sure whether it was appropriate to check the second box?
No, sir. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying we had a question, and I very specifically remember that moment. We had a question. I don't recall what that question or concern was, but I know we were also handling various things. We were handling hotels. We were handling paperwork. We were handling the understanding of how we needed to operate in order to get legitimate signatures in the state of Maine. This was a completely innocent misstep here, not marking off that box. But
now,
again, I have gone back to remark that box.
Now, the sworn statement that you signed identifies, and if you can just read the last line with me above residency to confirm that I'm reading this correctly. It states that you understand that this affidavit must be filed with the Secretary of State at the time the signed petitions are filed.
I understand that.
Okay. And your signed statement was dated November 4th, 2025?
November 4th, 2025. That is correct.
And you signed that before you collected petitions between November and January.
That is what is there, sir.
And you're aware that the petitions were filed, as referenced on the form, were filed prior to March of this year.
Okay.
Now, you referenced a new form that you signed that's dated last week,
That is correct.
but you haven't collected any petitions in Maine last week or this week.
That is correct, sir.
Now, I imagine you've made purchases online before? I'm kind of changing the subject. I'm trying to just get some broader context. You've engaged in online shopping before?
Sure.
And
Could we have a proffer of relevance on this?
Yeah,
I've got two questions I'm trying to put into context. Now, Ms. Cairo, you're familiar with stores that ask you to check a box to agree to receive that store's marketing emails?
Sure. I'm familiar with that.
And so you'd agree with me that leaving that box unchecked tells that store that you do not agree to receive their emails.
Well, it depends on what the box is and what it's asking.
This is really off topic. We're dealing with a very specific form here, and she's testified as to why she didn't sign it, and she's testified as to how she's come to sign it more recently. It has nothing to do with her credit card applications or a store purchase.
Can you explain the line of questioning?
Or just trying to explain the basic concept that the witness understands, that checking a box or unchecking a box has meaning and effect.
I will state this, that
Wait, hold on 1 second. I'll let it continue, but only a little bit more.
So the question, Ms. Cairo, was that you'd agree that leaving that box unchecked expresses that you do not agree to receive that emails from that store.
absolutely not. So again, we're talking about something totally different. We're not talking about this. And the reason it is totally different is because in various forms where you're in stores, sometimes it is by not checking the box or it is by checking the box. So it's either or. So I cannot answer that question in that capacity that you're asking it. Now, again, in this particular situation, and I will repeat, as I have stated this before, we were bombarded with several things. We had several things to go over in order to execute things properly. This is clearly an innocent mistake where we had intended to specifically discuss this second box here, and we did not get the opportunity to do so.
And you're aware that being a petition circulator in Maine requires many technical requirements.
Well, yes. And it also requires, as a petitioner in Maine or anywhere, that you have a clear understanding of what it is that you're signing before you sign it, or check any box.
Nothing further.
Just a couple of follow-up questions.
Yes.
Hold on
Just a
1
second.
second. I do actually have one question for you. You've stated a couple of times that you had a question about the form, but do you remember what that question or that concern was?
Thank you for asking me that. I just don't recall. But I just remember the vague thought of, and it may be something of this nature of having to appear in court, on whatever day or whatever, knowing that this was midterm season, and trying to deal with how that would work out or whatever the case may be. So I think, I just know we wanted to have a good understanding, and we meant to go back to that, and it just did not occur.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm sorry, and I do believe that in mistake of trying to rush to get things going, we then just didn't check the second box, because I was given so much paperwork and, flyers and trying to understand, okay, this we had a separate candidate that we were also working with here. So there was a lot of paperwork that we just needed to handle, and just honestly discussing how we were going to financially maneuver in this campaign with hotels, gas, rentals, rental cars, whatever the case may be. I honestly believe that it just got shuffled in, and it was like, okay, guys, we got everything. Okay, great. Let's go here. Turn them in. Okay. I believe that's how it went.
Thank you. Attorney
Thank you.
Woodcock?
Just a couple of follow-up questions, if I may, Cairo. One is, to summarize your testimony, you had a question about this second box that you planned to get answers to, correct?
Correct.
And then you didn't get back to resolving those questions. And then later it was brought to your attention that you hadn't checked the box, correct?
Correct.
And the form that you have submitted that we just produced as an exhibit today was your effort to make amends for not having checked the box at the time, correct?
I'm going to object. This is leading testimony. He's testifying on behalf of the witness, and it's his witness.
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. So when you filled out the May 6th circulator form, what were you attempting to accomplish?
I was trying, thank you for asking me. I needed to readdress the error and correct the error that had occurred. And I honestly was not aware. I thought we had checked everything off and did everything that we needed to do months ago. Because I would have, if it would have been brought to my attention, I would have done that much, much earlier.
And one final question. If at any point in the course of your working as a circulator here on this particular initiative, the Secretary of State or any other authorized Maine official had questions about your discharge of your circulator duties, were you prepared to submit to their jurisdiction and answer their questions?
I believe that's what I'm doing right now. Isn't that correct?
And were you willing to do that throughout the time you were circulating petitions?
I'm always willing to do that from day one. I was born ready to do that. I mean, I think that integrity as a circulator is very, very important. And honestly, I would not have lasted, had offices open all across the country, worked on different campaigns, passing different laws. I would not have lasted this long if I was doing unethical, degrading things.
And just one follow-up question to that, if I may, then in the work that you do as a circulator, which sounds like there's a fair amount of that, is your personal and professional reputation as a circulator important to you?
My reputation as a circulator is extremely important to me, because I would not be able to survive in this business, again, if I was an unethical coordinator. It doesn't work that way.
I thank you, Cairo. I appreciate your joining us here today.
Thank you. Anytime.
Thank you very much. We can move on to the next witness. I believe, who's available right now? Because we are bouncing around a little bit. Thank you all for your patience as we base it on witnesses' availability.
The next witness we had in line was Kendrick Jackson.
Yeah, we're fine taking another one of interveners, witnesses out of order, with the hope that we will move the patient out of it. There we go. Is Mr. Jackson here?
I believe he is. I think he might be that light up there.
That's still
Oh,
Cairo.
excuse me, that's Cairo State.
If Mr. Jackson is not here, we're prepared to start with our witnesses.
Okay. Fair enough. Why don't you go ahead with your witness so we
Okay.
don't slow the process?
Petitioners call Ms. Jillian McLeod Tardif.
Yeah, that worked. Thank you. All right, would you please state your name clearly for the record?
Jillian Margaret McLeod Tardif.
And will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. McLeod Tardif.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. Can you please tell us what town you live in?
Yep, I live in Brunswick.
And are you registered to vote in Brunswick?
Yes.
And what do you do for work, Ms. McLeod Tardif?
So I'm the organizing manager for the Planned Parenthood Maine Action Team. So that involves managing organizers, having folks join our supporter network, things like that.
And does that work also sometimes entail engaging in canvassing operations, supervising volunteers and the like?
Yes.
Is it fair to say your work involves a lot of tabling, canvassing, and petitioning?
Yes.
And would you say that through your work, you are familiar with Maine's rules for collecting petition signatures?
Yes.
And have you yourself ever participated in a ballot initiative petition drive here in Maine?
Yes.
And based on your experience, is it appropriate for a ballot initiative circulator to leave their petition sheets unattended in a public place?
No, that is not appropriate.
And in fact, the Secretary of State instructs them specifically not to do that.
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears and talk about your experience on Election Day in November 2025. Do you recall that day being November 4th?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you were doing on Election Day 2025?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had members of our team at different polling places around the state, and I was at the Topsom polling place to meet folks who are potential supporters of our work and have them sign up to join our supporter network, potentially volunteer with us.
And was that polling location at Mount Ararat High School in Topsom?
Yes.
And about what time were you at Mount Ararat High School in Topsom on that day?
It was around noon to 3 p.m.
And just to situate us a bit, can you tell us where within the high school you were while you were tabling on behalf of your organization?
Yeah, sure. So I was in a hallway that was right outside of the gymnasium, and that's where Topsom residents would actually cast their ballot. So they would exit the gymnasium, and we were in a hallway right outside.
And so people were coming and going through that hallway throughout the day?
Yes.
Was there another organization, or were there other people tabling for other causes at the high school on that day?
Yes.
And could you identify those organizations?
Yeah, absolutely. So there was the Protect Girl Sports table, the committee table, and there was the Topsom Democratic Committee table. And me.
And where were you standing or sitting in relation to the ballot initiative table and the Topsom Democrats table?
Yeah, so folks who had just voted would exit the gymnasium, and I was straight across from that exit. And then I would say, facing perpendicular from me, about 6 feet away, was the Protect Girl Sports table in the same hallway.
And so you could see the individuals, you could see that table and the gentleman attending to it quite well.
Yes.
And over the course of your time there, did you speak with the other circulators?
I did. Part of our training and general procedures are to not engage with other folks. If they do engage with us a little bit, we might exchange pleasantries. But yeah, we had a brief conversation when I first arrived and partway throughout.
And through those conversations, did you learn where the Protect Girls Sports, or PGS as I may call it, did you learn where that circulator was from?
Yes, I learned that he was from Texas.
And did you also learn whether he was maybe having a dispute with his boss about something?
Yeah, so I could hear him speaking with the person sitting next to him from the Topsom Democrat Committee that he was instructed to be there all day from the time the polls opened to the time the polls closed. And he was concerned that he wasn't going to have a lunch break. So there was some conversation about where should he go get lunch, what was available nearby, and that was maybe not in line with the instructions.
And he was concerned and frustrated that he wasn't allowed a lunch break?
Yes.
At some point while you were there, did the PGS circulator leave his table?
Yes.
Based on your best recollection, when was that in the day?
So I have photographs that I submitted, and the first photograph that I took shortly after he left was at 1:01 p.m. And then the last, I believe it's a short video that I took, was at 1:36 p.m. So that's, I remember him leaving shortly before I took the photo and then returning sometime after that.
So in your estimation, approximately how long was he gone from his table?
So approximately 40 minutes.
And you couldn't see him during that time?
Correct.
He had left that portion of the high school or the high school altogether?
Correct.
Did anyone else from the ballot initiative campaign come to relieve him or cover for him while he was gone?
No.
And what did he do with his petition sheets during that time?
So he left them on a clipboard on the table.
So his petition sheets were left unattended on the table in the Topsom polling location as people were coming and going through that hallway?
Correct.
Did he leave pens on the table?
Yes.
At some point, did you see any member of the public approach the sheets on his table?
Yes.
And can you describe what happened at that point?
Yeah, so there were several folks who approached the table, were fairly curious about what it was, looked at the signs, looked at the flyers that were there, and then signed the petitions.
And did members of the public continue to sign or mark up the petition sheets during the period in which the circulator was gone?
Yes.
As best you could tell from your vantage point, was there anything else on the table to sign besides the petition sheets?
Not that I could see. Nope.
And from your vantage point, could you tell how many different individual petition sheets were being written upon or marked up?
I wasn't able to see how many different sheets there were, but I could tell that they were signing something.
So people could have been writing on several sheets while the circulator was absent.
Yes.
And you mentioned some photos and videos you took while this was happening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What prompted you to start taking photos and videos while this was happening?
Well, so I've collected petition signatures for a ballot measure in the past, and I very explicitly remember from that training and onboarding, and also just generally what I would consider safe and safe procedures around collecting sensitive information from voters. So I remember from that explicitly we're not supposed to leave that information or those sheets unattended. And so when I saw this person leave their table and leave the materials unattended, I was very concerned. And so I took pictures and photos and videos just to make sure like I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
Can we please pull up Petitioner's Exhibit 3? Can you see that, Ms. McLeod-Tardif?
Yes.
Is this one of the photos you took on that day in Topsom?
Yes.
And can you just describe to us what it's showing?
Yeah, so it's showing a table unattended with a chair behind it, a clipboard, papers, pens, and the Protect for All Sports signs taped to the front.
And this was the table where the gentleman from Texas had been circulating beforehand?
Yes.
And that individual sitting on the right-hand side of the photograph, is that person affiliated with the Protect Girls Sports campaign?
No, that person said that they were from the Topsom Democratic Committee.
So that's not another circulator for the ballot initiative covering for the gentleman from Texas?
Correct.
I ask at this time that Petitioner's Exhibit 3 be moved into the record. Oh.
No objection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. The microphones are going to be a struggle. The exhibit is accepted. And can we get that marked and is it already submitted?
You have a binder?
Binder, yeah.
It's in the binder?
You should have a binder, I think.
We're going to give the binder to Abigail to mark and track. Thank you. And thank you all for your patience with the microphones. We'll all just keep going back and forth. Oh, there's another one.
Oh, it's very
Oh, thank you.
from Massachusetts, so I'm naturally loud, so I can be.
Perfect.
Um,
We do need the microphones though.
Could we next please pull up petitioner's exhibit 2? Can you see that, Ms. McLeod Tardif?
Yes,
And is that another one of the photographs you took on that day?
yes.
And can you describe what this photograph is showing?
Yeah, so it's the table with the empty chair behind it and what appears to be somebody standing in front of the table, bending over and signing.
And in fact, it might be hard for you to see, but if you zoom in, can you see a pen in her hand? Do you recall? Oh,
I'm
sorry, I'm jumping ahead one. Strike that question.
okay.
And the individual behind the person signing, that's again the person associated with the Topsom Democrats, right?
Yes.
I ask that petitioner exhibit 2 be moved into the record at this time as well.
Is there any objections?
No.
The exhibit will be accepted.
You also mentioned taking a couple of videos while you were there, correct?
Yes.
Can we next play what's been marked petitioner's exhibit 4? Yeah, might as well. I don't know. Yeah, correct. Is this a video you took?
Yes.
And can you just describe for us what's happening in the video?
Yep. Sports campaign with an individual leaning over the table to sign.
And just for the record, the other person behind the individual signing, that's again someone associated with the Topsom Democrats and not the PGS committee.
Correct.
I ask that petitioner's exhibit 4 be admitted at this time.
No objection.
I don't know if that gets captured on mic, so it will be accepted.
Can we next play petitioner's exhibit 5? Maybe just once more, sort of stuttered. Is this another video you took on election day in Mount Ararat High School?
Yes.
And can you briefly describe for us what's happening in the video?
Yep. So it's the table with the empty chair behind it with the Protect Girls Sports sign. There's an individual standing in front of the table, leaning over to sign.
And I ask that petitioner's exhibit 5 now be moved into the record.
No objection.
The exhibit will be accepted.
One last question, Ms. McLeod Tardif. In total, based on your best recollection, approximately how many people did you see approach the PGS petition sheets while they were left unattended?
I'd say approximately 7 to 10.
I pass the witness. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. McLeod Tardif.
Good morning.
Couple of questions for you here. It sounds as though you have a fair amount of experience with petitions themselves. Is that correct?
Correct.
And therefore, when you were at the Mount Ararat High School on election day, if you saw an unattended petition that you recognized was problematical, correct?
I'm not sure I understand that I recognize the
Let me rephrase.
petition was problematic.
You understood that in order for a petition to be valid, the circular had actually witnessed signatures, correct?
Correct.
So an unattended petition, you recognized as if people are signing it, those signatures were likely to be invalid, correct?
Well, I recognize that the person did not personally witness those signatures.
Right. So you recognize that is, well, let me try to cut to the chase here. That's why we're here. You recognize that if the circulator was not present when the person signed, that could invalidate the petition, correct? That's why we're here.
I'm here to testify to the fact that I witnessed people signing a petition that was unattended, which is required.
Well, that's really what I'm asking you, is you saw something that you understood to be required.
Yep.
And therefore you made a note of it, correct?
Yeah,
And you
correct.
sought to document it
Correct.
because it implicated the validity of the signature, correct?
Because I was concerned about the behavior that I was witnessing, and so yes.
And the behavior you were witnessing implicated the validity of the signature. Can you agree with me? Was that not your concern?
Yes, I can agree with you.
So, a couple of questions here. So, when you saw voters, as you say, that or the circulator was not present, voters were, you understood them at least to be voters, were signing these petitions. Did you recognize that that their signatures might not be valid?
I might note an objection here that it calls for a legal conclusion. I'm not sure the witness is qualified to answer.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get at, and I just want to be clear on this, is we have a witness here who has come forward with an affidavit. Now she's testifying, she's made records. Why was she doing that? I'm trying to get what she was thinking. And I'm not asking for a legal opinion. I'm asking why she was doing it. I'm asking for her motivation.
That's fair, but it's also asking them to.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think this, has validity.
Did you anticipate when you were making these observations that at some point you might be challenging the petitions that you saw being signed?
When I witnessed what I witnessed and took the photographs, I was recalling the training that I had personally received before, which was to not abandon my petitions, especially as they were being signed. That, in my mind, is what flagged the concern for me. That's why I took photos and videos, and then that is why I sent a message to the Secretary of State and submitted those photos and videos. So that was my motivation.
Well, your motivation was to challenge the petition gathering process for the Protect Girls Sports Initiative as you were witnessing it, correct?
I want to object to that. Pretty much not.
I apologize for the mic thing. I am overruling the objection again. This is part of cross-examination.
So the question that was pending was that in making these observations, you were planning at some point to challenge the petition gathering or the signature gathering that you were witnessing for the Protect Girls Sports Initiative at Mount Ararat, correct?
I took those photos and videos and submitted my evidence to make the Secretary of State aware of the behavior that I had witnessed.
And you understood that in doing so, you might at some point be asked to appear and vouch for your allegations, correct?
I would not have submitted that evidence if I wasn't prepared to stand behind it in a situation like this.
And it was for that reason that you took the videos and the photographs, correct?
I took the photos and videos, as I've stated, because I witnessed behavior that I understood was against the rules, and so that I could submit that evidence to the Secretary of State.
And in your affidavit, you completed an affidavit at one point, did you not?
Yes.
And you explained in your affidavit that the reason you took the photos and the videos was to support your allegations, correct?
I submitted that evidence to support the allegations that the person I had witnessed was breaking the rules.
So let me ask you a couple of basic questions about the videos and the photographs. It's your testimony that when you took the videos and the photographs, the circulator was not present. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And so in taking the videos and the photographs, you were trying to develop the best evidence you could to support what your own eyes were seeing, correct?
Correct.
And the videos and photographs that you took in your view were sufficient to serve that purpose, correct?
Correct.
When you took the videos, was there any, well, I mean, the videos, I believe, are 2 and 3 seconds long, correct?
Yes, correct.
Why not take much longer ones? What was preventing you from videoing for 10 minutes or 15 minutes if the circulator isn't even there?
Well, great question. I was there. I had a job to do, which was to be there at my table, meeting folks who potentially wanted to, join the supporter network that I was there to as my job. And so I had other tasks to do that day, and I didn't really have time to be sitting there and videoing for 15, 20 minutes.
Or even 1 minute, right?
Right. I also took still photographs.
Yes, and you took the still photographs. Those are the best evidence you have, your most photographic evidence in your judgment that you had that the circulator was not attending to his petitions, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The photographs that you took were the best photograph evidence you could develop to show that the circulator was not present, correct?
So I submitted all of the photos and videos that I took that day
Okay, fair enough.
at Mount Ararat.
Now, you'll bear with us. We're going to go back to a couple of your photographs and take a look at them. So this is, I believe, been marked as petitioner's exhibit number 3 for the record. And that's the table that you say the circulator had left, correct?
Correct.
And is there a clipboard on that table?
Yes.
And is the clipboard up or down?
The clipboard is upside down. Okay, I'm now showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 2, petitioner's exhibit number 2. And let's load that up.
that purports to show a voter signing one of the initiative petitions, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was having trouble hearing you.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. Was this photograph you took because it showed a voter signing the petition signature, or excuse me, the petitions, is that right?
Correct.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about the circulator himself. You have had some casual conversation with this circulator, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were able to observe this circulator during the day, correct?
Correct.
And let me ask you whether, in your observation, as he was collecting signatures, did he tend to sit or did he tend to stand?
I would say a mix.
If he were to testify that the majority of the time he was taking signatures, that he was standing, would you disagree with that?
Would say that I was not looking at him that closely to know if he was sitting or standing the majority of the time I was there.
So you wouldn't, if he were to say that, you wouldn't disagree with it?
I wouldn't be able to agree or disagree.
With respect, we're going to take a look at the videos again.
Sorry, I mean, a little delay with the impact here.
So I have, I'm showing you now what has been marked as petitioner's exhibit number 4, which has been admitted into evidence. And I just have a couple of questions about this video. This is, as you've already testified, it's a very short video. It also, it looks as though, and you can disagree with me if I'm wrong, or you think I'm wrong, it looks like a very focused video. It doesn't show much of the area around it. Is that correct?
Correct.
So let me ask you this. If the circulator were standing rather than sitting, he wouldn't show up in this video, would he?
I don't understand the question.
Well, let me put it this way. If the circulator were standing slightly off camera, he would not be caught in this shot that you took, correct?
He would not, but I will say that the position that I was in, I had a very clear viewpoint of directly ahead of me, directly to the left, and directly to the right. Part of my job is to be aware of what's going on around me at all times while I'm doing my job, tabling at an event like this, and I could not see him from the point that he left.
But knowing that you were relying on the videos and the photographs to help support your observations, this is the video you chose to take, correct?
This is the video that I took, correct.
I have no further questions.
We actually have a couple of questions. I don't.
Good morning. My name's John Bolton. I'm the counsel for the hearing officer. I just had a few questions for you.
Sure.
Did you, when you saw the circulator come back after they left for a while?
Yes.
Did you see the circulator once they came back cross out any names on any of the petition forms?
I did not see that.
Okay. Were you watching the circulator when they came back?
No.
Okay. See, if they had done that, you might not have seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Did I see in the video correctly? There were two clipboards on the table.
I think I would need to see it again, but
Okay.
did you see it?
Okay. My question was, do you know whether the forms on the different clipboards were for the same town or for different towns?
My understanding is that the only people who would come to vote at that polling location would be registered to vote in Topsom.
Okay. But you didn't actually get a look at the petition forms to see what the town was on the petition?
No.
Okay. And for the people that you saw signing the petitions, could you tell whether they were all signing one clipboard or they were signing both clipboards?
I was not able to tell.
Okay.
That.
And then my last question is, when you were seeing the people sign these petitions, could you tell how full the petition sheets were? How many signatures were already on them? Were they signing near the bottom or near the top?
I was not able to tell that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Just a few follow-ups. You mentioned earlier that you've received training in petition circulating.
Yes.
Based on that training, is there an exception for leaving your petition sheets unattended if you flip them upside down?
No.
Mr. Woodcock asked you some questions about how in one of the photos it appeared at least one of the clipboards was upside down. Did someone flip that over at some point?
Yes.
And in fact, that's what the people were subsequently signing in the photos and videos?
Yes.
I believe you already mentioned this as well, but this was election day in Topsom, correct?
Correct.
So people voting in Topsom presumably were Topsom residents?
Presumably.
With respect to your vantage point, would you say that the distance between you and the PGS table was about that between where you are right now and Mr. Woodcock?
I would say yes, maybe a little bit further. Yeah.
And if we could pull back up Petitioner's Exhibit 2. Based on your recollection, is this the clipboard that the person in this photo is signing? Is that the clipboard that had previously been flipped upside down?
Yes.
And so again, it had been flipped right side up at some point.
Correct.
No further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dodge, do you have another witness?
Yes, at this point, assuming that the Oxford Town Clerk is still present and subject to any witnesses with limited availability on the intervener side, I think it might make sense to take Ms. Kathleen Dillingham, who we had told she could testify at 11:30. It's now 11:24, if she's there, unless there's another witness who we have. Okay.
Abigail, is she, Kathleen Dillingham's there? Wonderful. Great. Thank you. Would you please state your name clearly for the record?
Kathleen Dillingham.
And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. And just to orient the hearing officer, we are moving now from our topsome narrative to the town of Oxford. Good morning, Ms. Dillingham. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Just for the record, are you testifying pursuant to a subpoena today?
Yes, I am.
And you understand, as a result of both that subpoena and the oath you just took, that it is important to tell the truth today?
Yes, I do.
And could you please tell us what town you live in?
Town of Oxford.
And what do you do in Oxford?
I am the town clerk.
And at a high level, what responsibilities does the town clerk have?
Among many, but for this particular instance, we oversee elections, and also I am the town registrar, so I oversee voter registrations.
Do your responsibilities also include reviewing ballot initiative petition sheets and validating the signatures on those sheets when they're submitted to you?
Yes, it does.
And just for the record, are there sometimes codes that registrars will use when they review petitions to indicate whether signatures are valid or not?
Yes,
So for example, DUP would indicate a duplicate. Is that fair?
that's correct.
And ANO would mean signature of another. Fair?
Yes,
REG might mean a registration issue or a lack of a registration.
it could be yes.
And NR also might indicate not registered. Fair?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the ballot initiative at issue here today, correct?
Yes, I am.
And in your role as Oxford Town Clerk, were you asked at one point to review petition sheets submitted in support of putting the ballot initiative on the November ballot?
I and my deputy clerk.
And based on your best recollection, about how many different petition sheets would you say you were asked to review as part of that process?
I would think we had 20 plus at
Which
different
is-
times. It could be more.
That's
My
fair.
best
I'm
recollection.
not trying to give you a memory test.
Yeah, no, that's my best recollection.
Would you disagree with me if I told you your office ultimately reviewed approximately 36 different petition sheets?
Nope, that sounds very reasonable.
And those were submitted by a large number of circulators. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And would you have any reason to disagree with me that actually 26 different circulators submitted petition sheets to your office?
no,
That sounds plausible.
yes, it does.
And over approximately what period in the year were you reviewing these petition sheets?
November through January, I believe.
Do you recall validating any petition sheets after January?
I do not, no.
At some point after January, did someone from the town complain to your office that their name and signature had appeared as validated on an Oxford petition sheet, even though they had not in fact signed?
Yes,
And when approximately did someone make that complaint?
I'm not positive. I'd have to go through the records. It was as a result of signature on a sheet with an address that did not match what we had on file. And they had received a letter letting them know that we had updated their address per their signature on the petition. And then they contacted our office to let us know that they questioned whether they signed the petition, and that was not their address.
So just to understand the sequence of events, based on the address on the petition sheet, you updated the voter's address. They received a notice. They came in and said, that is not in fact my address, and they learned that their signature had been placed, or what purported to be their signature had been placed on the petition sheet.
Not in that particular instance, no. So the individual that first had me review applications that my deputy had validated was out of state. When they came back from being out of state, they looked at the petition, said that that was indeed their signature, not their address. But when going through these petitions to find that individual's signature, I noticed two other signatures that had been validated that I questioned if they were their signatures. I contacted the voters, and then they are the two that told me, no, that they did not sign the petition.
I see. So just to, again, make sure the sequence is clear for the hearing officer. The initial complaint prompted you to look at the petition sheet, and thereafter caused you to reach out to several voters who confirmed to you that they had not in fact
I
signed.
lost your audio.
Oh, I apologize. I just want to make sure that the sequence is here, is clear. There was an initial complaint to your office about the address mix-up. That person came in, testified that it was their signature, but it prompted you to review the sheets. And in that process, you identified multiple voters who told you they had not in fact signed.
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to identify the names of those individuals who, oh,
Yes, I am.
There we go. Excuse me, I just wanted to interpose an objection here. That summary was a mischaracterization of her testimony. She said that she had a question, one voter called in with a question about the address. That voter apparently came in and validated her signature. While Ms. Dillingham was in the process, she identified two other voters who said that that was not their signature. The number we're dealing with, as I understood Ms. Dillingham, is two, not multiple voters, as was mischaracterized in the leading question.
I can certainly reply to that.
On
When
one
looking-
second, hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Mr. Dodge, do you have a response?
first, the witness agreed with my characterization. It's not a leading question because she's not actually our witness. She's here testifying pursuant to a subpoena. So the form of the question is valid. She agreed with my summary, which I maintain was accurate with her prior testimony.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think it was an accurate summary.
And one follow-up on that point, Ms. Dillingham. At the point these voters indicated to you they had not in fact signed, their signatures had already been validated, correct?
Correct.
And I think you were about to identify who those voters were. Can you tell us that?
Yes, Diane Jackson and Robert Plummer.
And with respect to the remaining signatures on the petition sheet, were you able to learn one way or the other whether or not those individuals had signed?
Since looking at them, once we realized there was an issue, I contacted Secretary of State, letting them know there was an issue and had looked for guidance on what we needed to do. We have looked at the signature cards of the other individuals on those sheets and question all of the signatures gathered by this one particular circulator.
And you made that complaint to the secretary, I believe we'll get to the complaint in a moment, but you made the complaint because at that point the signatures were kind of out of your hands. They had been validated, correct?
Correct.
And so you wanted to let the secretary know on the back end that there was a problem for the secretary to look at.
Correct.
So with that, let's pull up what is in the record at R74, and let's project that for the witness. Can you see this document, Ms. Dillingham?
Yes.
And maybe if we can zoom in on the lower portion, is this, well, we'll take a moment to review it. And then my question is this the message you sent to the secretary's office?
Yes, it is.
And it appears to be on March 4th, 2026.
Correct.
And so that was after both you and your deputy had validated all the petition sheets for the town of Oxford.
Correct.
And just since it's small, I'll read it into the record. The message says, we recently had to revisit petitions that were submitted in support of an act to designate school sports participation and facilities by sex. We had a resident question whether she had signed the petition. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then it says, in revisiting the documents, we noticed that there may be some discrepancies between signatures and writing on voter cards versus what exists on the petitions, specifically petitions submitted by a Raquel Harris. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
And then the final bit I'll quote is, "We are reaching out to our residents to see if they did sign, but we are wondering what process should be followed if we find that these are not their actual signatures." Did I get that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So I just want to ask a few questions about your message to the Secretary's office. First, as I think we've already discussed, you identified multiple discrepancies.
Correct.
And you were able to investigate them based on signatures that your office has on file associated with the voters' registration?
Yes, and in two of the instances, I spoke directly with the individuals whose signatures were placed on the document, but they had not placed them there.
And we mentioned earlier that the town of Oxford reviewed petition sheets from a couple dozen circulators, right?
Yes,
But your complaint was about one specific, I won't characterize it as a complaint. Your message was about one specific circulator. Fair?
yes,
And that was Raquel Harris.
yes,
And you made a point of identifying her to the Secretary's office.
correct.
And she submitted multiple petition sheets to your office.
To our office, she only submitted two.
Okay. Your message asks the Secretary's office for guidance about what to do if, as turned out to be the case, some of these signatures were not from affected voters. Is that right?
Yes, and specifically, I wanted to be able to notify the voters what steps they may need to take.
Did you ever receive such guidance from the Secretary's office?
I did not.
To your knowledge, did the Secretary's office ever take corrective action with respect to the circulator, Raquel Harris?
I am unaware.
Do you think it would have made sense, perhaps, for the Secretary's office to compare the signatures that Raquel Harris submitted to those on file in voter registration files?
I'm going to object on the grounds that she does not have the capacity to testify as to what the secretary should or should not do. That's a question for the secretary.
I'll just briefly note that she has direct experience as a town registrar in reviewing these petition sheets, comparing the signatures. She has knowledge of the petition process. So I think based on that experience, she is more than qualified to state an opinion on that matter.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Just again, so the record's clear, Ms. Dillingham, do you think it would have made sense for the Secretary's office to compare the signatures submitted by Raquel Harris on her petition sheets to the ones on file at town offices?
So it is my belief that the Secretary of State's office does review signatures on petition sheets, and I maybe incorrectly made an assumption that providing them with the circulator's name, that they would then specifically look at those sheets that were submitted from Oxford to review those signatures.
And that's because it became your belief that Raquel Harris was not submitting authentic signatures.
I knew for a fact in the instance of these two that they were not authentic signatures.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you, Ms. Dillingham.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Dillingham, couple of questions here. How long have you been the town clerk?
2 years.
And among your duties are reviewing signed petitions and checking them against voter registration cards, is that correct?
As a deputy clerk and town clerk, those were my duties, yes. I was a deputy clerk prior to being a town clerk.
So let me just make sure I understand this so the record's clear. When a town of Oxford resident comes in to register to vote, that resident will fill out a card and sign his or her signature to that card. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then that card is kept on file, correct?
It is scanned into the central voter registration system, and the hard copy is kept on file.
Right, so you actually have the original in your office, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, when a petition comes in, the petition is also an original document, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your process in validating or not signatures that appear on a petition, you can compare the signature on the petition with the signature on the voter card, correct?
If we believe there's discrepancy or it looks like same handwriting on petitions numerous times, we can pull the voter card or look to see and compare the signature in the CVR system.
And that's the process you went through in reviewing these petitions that were submitted on the part of the Protect Girls Sports Initiative, is that correct?
Yep, and so the petitions I'm speaking of specifically were validated by my deputy clerk. And when I looked at them, looking for the other individual's signature, I had to go through all of them to see which petition she signed. That's when I could tell these two individuals specifically. I questioned the signatures, reached out to them, and were told that no, they did not sign. They looked at the signature as well. That's not their signature. We started looking at voter cards with this one particular petitioner.
And then with respect to the voters or the signatures that appeared on the petition, if I understand your testimony correctly, the only ones that you determined through checking with the voters were not their signatures with the two voters you identified, is that correct?
Those were the two I specifically spoke with, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Clerk Dillingham, I'm John Bolton. I'm legal counsel to the hearing officer. I just have one or two questions for you.
Sure.
You talked about there were the two voters where you spoke with them and they confirmed that those weren't their signatures. You also, I think, testified that there were other concerns you had that maybe you weren't able to verify quite as concretely. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what those other concerns were?
Certainly. So once I had looked at these, noticed the two signatures, that's when I sent my message to the Secretary of State's office looking for guidance. We then looked at the other signatures submitted by this circulator and questioned whether the signatures we have on the voter cards are actually the same signatures. I didn't pursue further to verify where I'd already reached out to the Secretary of State's office, told them that there was these petition sheets, and I believe that they would follow up and verify signatures on these sheets.
Thank you. And my only other question was, in the conversations that you had with the two voters that you did identify, did they offer any explanation as to how they thought that the signatures, their alleged signatures, got on the petitions?
None at all. Both of them were very sure that they'd never seen the petition collection going on for them to sign, and that the signatures are very clearly not theirs.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
I have one quick question for you. In your signature validation process, when you went back to check, did you check the signatures in CVR from the scanned cards, or did you pull the original cards
I pulled the original cards.
to compare? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
That's
Nothing further from petitioners. We thank the town clerk for joining us.
Thank you.
We have nothing further.
In the interest of accommodating a witness who is joining remotely, we're going to next call Nancy Penn, who will also be speaking to this matter.
Is she in?
Oh,
If she's iPhone, we should
Okay.
clarify if she's iPhone.
The person who is iPhone, can you please turn on your video and unmute yourself?
She's Susan.
No, it's different.
Maybe trust her as Nancy.
Nancy, is that you?
Hello.
Can you turn on, we just heard you, which is great. Could you also turn on your video as well?
Okay, let me see. I would like to.
It's usually a little icon that looks like a camera at the bottom.
I don't see an icon. I see.
there we go.
Oh, we see you. Wonderful. But I think you've muted yourself again. Can you also unmute yourself? Perfect.
Okay.
Could you please state your name clearly for the record?
Nancy Penn.
Wonderful. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Penn.
Good morning.
Could you tell us what town you live in?
I live in Hiram, Maine.
And are you registered to vote in Maine?
I am.
Are you familiar with the petition circulated by a group called Protect Girls Sports in Maine?
No, I'm not.
Did you sign the petition for this group then?
No, I didn't.
I'll ask us to pull up a document that appears in the record at R013152.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Penn, do you see your name on line 5 of this document?
Oh, I don't have a visual, but I know I've seen the document before. I don't have a visual right now.
Okay, you're not able to see the screen shared on your screen right now?
Correct.
Okay, but you have previously, it sounds like, seen a petition sheet that has your name on it. Did I hear that correctly?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, and when you reviewed that, was that your signature on that petition sheet?
No, it wasn't.
Did you authorize anyone to sign your name on a petition sheet for Protect Girls Sports in Maine?
No, I didn't.
And to your knowledge, have you ever met a person named Raquel Harris?
No, I haven't.
And do you have any idea of how your name came to be signed on the petition sheet?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and don't leave, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions for you here. First, I'm wondering, how did you learn that your name was on this petition?
Let's see, how did I think it was, I heard from, the lawyers, Ellen, I don't have their names at hand.
Do you know how they happened to reach out to you?
I don't, no.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Okay, we do have one question for you. Hold on one second.
Sure.
Ma'am, I just have one question. I was wondering if the petition form we're all looking at says 4 Sebago Road for your street address. Is that actually your street address?
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have no further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Penn.
Okay, you're welcome.
And would you like to call your next witness?
I think at this point, we understood that there was one additional witness from intervener who needed to testify before noon. we are willing to accommodate that. Otherwise, we'll proceed with our case. So I believe it was Fritz Baptiste, who I did see in the room at one point. If he's still there, I don't know.
Fritz Jean-Baptiste was having a problem with his link, and we're trying to see if we can connect them up. But so why don't we go ahead with your witness and see if we can, if we get a break, see if we can repair that.
Great. In that case, petitioners will call Mary Henderson. Good morning, Ms. Henderson. And if I could ask Mr. Woodcock to turn off his microphone so the witness could turn hers on. There we go. Good morning, Ms. Henderson. Oh, yeah.
Good morning. Thank you. Could you please state your name clearly for the record?
Mary Henderson.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Henderson. Can you please tell us what town you live in?
Topsom.
And are you registered to vote in Topsom?
I am.
And what kind of work did you do previously, Ms. Henderson?
I was a legal aid lawyer.
So you were at one point barred in the state of Maine?
I was.
And certainly as a member of the bar, you know how important it is to tell the truth in proceedings like this.
I do.
I'd like to ask about your experience on Election Day in November 2025. Do you recall that day being November 4th?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you were doing on Election Day 2025?
I was volunteering. I'm retired. I was volunteering for the Topsom Democrats, and we were collecting signatures outside of the polling area in Topsom to get people involved in the Topsom Democrats.
And was that polling location at Mount Ararat High School in
It
Topsom?
was.
And about what time were you at Mount Ararat High School on that day?
I was there from 8 to 11.
And was that a shift you were doing for the Topsom Democrats?
Right.
And just to orient us, can you tell us all where in Mount Ararat High School you were when you were tabling for the Topsom Democrats?
Yeah, we were at the exit to the poll, so the people would come in from a different area, go through the polls, and after they finished polling, they would exit out into a hallway, and we were right out in that hallway.
And so many members of the public were coming and going at that time?
Yes.
And while you were there people operating tables for other causes at the high school?
Yes.
And did that include a person operating a table on behalf of the organization Protect Girls Sports in Maine?
Yes.
And if I refer to them as PGS, will you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
And was PGS there collecting petition signatures to put a measure on the November ballot?
Yes.
Where were you standing or sitting in relation to the PGS table?
I was closest to the exit door for the polls, and then they were right next to me,
So they were
to my
immediate.
right. They were immediate next to me, to my right, as I was sitting.
And so you could see the PGS table and the PGS circulator clearly?
Yes.
And over the course of your time there, did you speak with the gentleman circulating for PGS?
I did.
And did you learn where he was from during those conversations?
He said he was from Texas.
And so is your understanding that the gentleman had come from out of the state of Maine to collect signatures for the ballot initiative?
Yes, he said he had driven up from Massachusetts that morning, but that he was from Texas.
And did you see him set up the PGS table?
I did.
Did you see him put out petition sheets at that time?
I did.
Were those petition sheets visible to people passing through the hallway after voting?
Yes, and also the signs on the table that people could see.
And those signs indicated it was on behalf of the ballot initiative?
Right.
At some point while you were there, did the PGS circulator leave his table?
Yes. So I got there at 8 and, or actually a little before, so I was set up at 8 and he got there, I noticed he got there late. And then he set up his table, got his petitions out, and then I think he had to go to the bathroom or maybe to the car or something, and he left for a little while.
And so that was shortly after he arrived,
Yeah, probably 10 or, well, maybe 15 minutes.
so approximately 8:20 a.m. or so.
Yeah.
And you could not physically see him in the hallway at that time.
No, I saw him leave down the hallway, but
So he was out of the building or at least out of the hallway.
yeah.
Fair. What did he do with his petition sheets when he left for that period?
They were left face up on the table.
And did anyone else from the PGS campaign come to relieve him or cover for him while he stepped out?
No.
So his petition sheets were left unattended on the table in Mount Ararat High School on election day while people were coming and going from the polls?
Yes.
And did you see someone approach the petition sheets at some point while he was gone?
Yes, one person came along and asked me what was going on. I was sort of right next to him. And I said, you'll have to wait and talk to the person. I'm not involved in this. And then, and so he stood by to wait. And then another person came right through that and just sort of confidently went and signed the petition, though there was nobody there.
Do you know what specific petition sheet would have been signed while left unattended by the circulator?
No.
So it could have been any of them.
Yeah,
And did you learn at some point later that the circulator had left his sheets unattended at another point in the day?
I learned that later from somebody else.
Not even necessarily introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. It's leading to a question of why she took a certain action.
I'm going to overrule as long as it's not for the truth of it, of the statement.
And for the record, I'm also told by local counsel that the rules of hearsay don't apply in this proceeding. Just going back to my question, did you subsequently learn that this circulator had left his sheets unattended at another point in the day?
Yes, I did.
And did that lead you to memorialize what you had seen that day?
Yeah, well, that and also the fact that I had seen it and I had questions. I couldn't remember the rule and I thought, this doesn't seem right. And so I wrote it down.
And did you then send that information to anyone?
Yes, I sent it to the town clerk and I sent an inquiry to the Secretary of State. I can't recall if I attached what I had written or not.
Just two more questions, Ms. Henderson. First, if we could pull up petitioners 3, which has been admitted into evidence. Can you see that, Ms. Henderson?
Yes.
Now, I know that's not you in the photo, but does that reflect your workstation when you were doing that shift?
Yes, that's the person who took over after I left.
Specifically, the table on the right is the one that you had previously been
That's where I
attending
was
to?
sitting, yeah.
And the one stage right, our left, that's the ballot initiatives table?
That's correct.
We can take this down. One other question. Prior, at the time on election day, 2025, did you know Jillian McLeod Tardif?
No,
Do you know that you even met her that day or crossed paths with her that day?
no, I had forgotten that they were there.
So you didn't even know the Planned Parenthood was there that day?
Now that my recollection is refreshed, but we didn't have much contact that I can recall.
I guess the point of my question is you didn't you weren't in cahoots with Jillian McLeod Tardif to
No.
concoct some story about the circulator being gone.
I didn't even
right?
know, I didn't realize they were going to testify.
Right. And so until today, perhaps, in fact,
Yeah.
you never even met her. I have no further questions for the witness.
Good morning, Ms. Henderson. I have just a couple of questions for you. As I understood it, and based on the photographs that you just testified to, you were right next to this petition table for the Protect Girls Sports Initiative. Is that correct?
That's right.
And so it looks as though, from the vantage point that you had, you could have looked over and seen a petition being.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Sure. Maybe I'm too far away from the microphone here. These are stuck ears. You can't adjust them the way you'd like. So I'll speak into it a little more clearly. So it looks as though you were in a position where you could have looked over and seen a petition being signed where the residence was, the town was. Did you have that close a vantage point?
I could see a petition being signed. I don't recall reading it.
Now, it sounds as though, if I understood your testimony correctly, someone came up to sign a petition and they were under the impression that you could witness their signature. Is that correct?
No.
And let me make sure that I understand this correctly. You told someone who attempted to sign the petition that you were not the one who was handling that petition, correct?
Right.
And that person did not sign, correct?
Right.
That person waited.
Right.
And then somebody else came up and just signed and you said nothing. Is that correct?
That's right.
And why is it that you wouldn't have told that voter that that voter's signature was not being witnessed by the proper person?
Because the collection of those signatures was not my business.
But you did tell the first voter, correct?
No, what I told them was I didn't know about it. They would have to talk to the person in charge.
And you did not say that to the second voter?
They didn't come and ask me.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Henderson. Nice to see you. I just have a few questions. It's similar to the questions I asked the other witness. Do you remember if the petition forms were on clipboards?
I think they were.
Okay. Do you remember how many clipboards there were when you were there?
If my memory is correct, they had 2 clipboards out, which would be typical, I think, of so that more than one person can sign at a time.
Okay. And I think you said you testified that you didn't look at the petition forms closely, so you probably don't remember or didn't see whether they were for different towns or all for Topsom.
I didn't see.
Yeah. Okay. Do you recall seeing how full the signature sheets were for either of the petitions on the clipboards? In other words, how far down the signatures went while the person was away from the table?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall after the circulator came back, do you recall seeing them cross out any signatures at any point?
I didn't, I was busy with my own table, so it wasn't like I was standing there watching. I was busy with my own table.
Okay. And just 2 things, I think you've already testified to this. I just want to make sure I understand. So am I right that you saw one person sign while the petition was unattended? Total?
Right.
Okay. And can you tell me, and I apologize if you already said this, I don't have it in my notes, roughly, do you have an estimate of how long the person was gone from the table?
It was a short time, enough to go get something in a vehicle or to go to the bathroom or something like that, 5 or 10 minutes maybe.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple more questions. Mr. Woodcock asked you a question about the first person who approached you at the table. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That person spoke to you first, correct?
Right.
They asked you a question about the PGS petition,
Right,
and your response was to the effect of, well, I don't know, that's not my petition.
right.
The second person did not make any inquiry to you.
No, the second person paid no attention to me.
So you didn't interject to stop the first person from signing, right? It's because they had asked you a question.
That's correct.
No further questions.
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if you don't, yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, turn off your mic. That's great. Thank you. Any other witnesses?
Yeah, it's a little subject to, interveners' witnesses are largely remote, so we're glad to accommodate them if they have constraints on their time. Otherwise, we would call our next witness with respect to events in Thompson.
Do we have? Sure. We'll take a minute for a second.
Why do we go ahead with the petitioner's witnesses at this point? We do have a couple that are in the wings here, but the ones that are time sensitive for us, we don't seem to have connected with them yet.
In that case, petitioners call Deborah Considine.
And as she's coming up, I just want to flag that we all need to keep lunch in mind as well. So
I believe Ms. Considine has already signed the check-in sheet.
Sweet.
With respect to lunch, after this witness would be a logical breaking point in our case, but again, we
Work for
want to
you.
be mindful. And I perhaps just to address that topic, we would be fine with a more abbreviated lunch in order to ensure all the testimony comes in today, but obviously submit to the deference of the hearing officer.
thank you.
Great.
Hello, can you turn on your microphone? There's an on button on the microphone.
On the floor, right?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Ben.
Great, thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Deborah Joan Considine.
And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
I will.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Considine. Can you tell us what town you live in?
Topsom, Maine.
And are you registered to vote in Topsom?
I am.
Just want to ask you a few quick questions about your experience on Election Day in November of 2025. Do you recall that day being November 4th?
I do.
And can you tell us what you were doing on that day?
Yes, I was there taking care of a table for the Topsom Democratic Planning Group.
And were you at Mount Ararat High School when you were doing that?
I was.
And about what time were you at Mount Ararat High School in Topsom on that day?
I was there from 11 to 2.
And that was a shift you were covering?
Yep,
And in fact, you had relieved Ms. Henderson from her 3-hour shift?
that's correct.
And can you just tell us, to orient us, approximately where in the high school you were during this time?
Yes, the table was in the hallway, just outside of the gymnasium.
And people would go there after voting in the gymnasium?
That's correct.
So there were a lot of Topsom residents coming and going through the hallway?
Yes, there were.
Did you see someone tabling for another cause while you were at Mount Ararat High School?
Yes, I did.
And was that person tabling on behalf of Protect Girls Sports in Maine, or as I may call it, PGS?
That's correct.
And where were you standing or sitting in relation to the PGS circulator and their table?
Well, within arm's length, I would say.
So close.
Yeah, quite close.
And so you could see the PGS table and the PGS circulator pretty clearly?
Oh, yes.
We please pull back up Petitioner's Exhibit 3, which has been admitted into the record. Is that you on the right-hand side of this photograph?
It is.
And so you were there around the same time that Miss McLeod Tardif was there?
That's correct.
And does this photo accurately reflect where you were sitting in relation to the PGS table?
Yes, it does.
Over the course of your time there, did you happen to speak with the PGS circulator at all?
Yes, we made small talk.
Did you learn where he was from?
Yeah, he told me he was from Austin, Texas.
And did you learn that maybe he was a little frustrated with his boss or supervisor for some reason?
Oh, he was very frustrated because he was starving.
In fact, did he use those words? Did he say he was starving?
Yeah,
And his supervisor told him he couldn't take a lunch break?
that's correct.
Did he tell you at some point that he knew he wasn't supposed to leave the table, but that he wanted to because he was hungry?
No, he just told me he was hungry.
But at some point, the PGS circulator did leave his table, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Did the PGS circulator leave his table at some point?
Yeah, he left the table.
And based on your best recollection, approximately when was that?
I thought it was around noon.
Okay. But sometime around the lunch hour.
Yes.
And about how long was he gone?
I guesstimated about 45 minutes.
And what did he do with his petition sheets during that time?
He left them on the table.
And could you tell if he left pens on the table as well?
No, I'm afraid I didn't notice.
And did anyone from the PGS campaign come to cover or relieve him at that time?
No, there was no one there.
So his petition sheets were left unattended on the table at Mount Ararat High School while people were coming and going to vote?
Yes, that's correct.
Did any members of the public approach the petition sheets while the PGS circulator was absent?
Yes.
And can you sort of describe what happened?
Well, the folks were curious about what was going on at the table. And they could see the sign on the front saying Protect Girls Sports in Maine. So they asked me about it, but I told them I wasn't a part of that group.
And did you see folks sign the petition sheets on the table?
I did.
And people continued to do that throughout the 45 minutes or so that the gentleman was gone?
Yes.
And from your vantage point, could you tell how many different petition sheets were being written on by people approaching the table?
I think there were two.
Two sheets or two clipboards?
Two sheets with, on clipboards.
So there were two petition sheets visible on top of the table?
Yes.
And do you know what specific sheets would have been signed when left unattended by the PGS circulator?
Which specific sheets? No, I don't really know.
So it could have been any of his sheets?
Yeah.
I pass the witness. Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions for you. Appreciate your coming in today. The fellow who was collecting signatures, you had some brief conversations with him, some intermittent conversation with him, is that
Yes.
correct? And in his, when he returned, eventually he gathered it. Well, let me ask you this. Did you stay long enough to witness him actually leave for the day?
No.
Yes, you don't know what ultimately he did with the petitions that you saw people signing, is that
No,
correct?
I don't know.
Okay. That's all I have. Oh, one additional question. I want to make clear on this. Were you, while he was gone, Well, let me ask you this. The material that he had on his table, did it include more than just petitions? Were there also fact sheets there?
I don't really know.
Okay, but they may have been.
There may have been.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. I just have a few questions for you. Do you have an estimate of how many people signed the petition while the circulator was away from the table?
No, I wasn't counting it.
Okay. Do you have, can you give any kind of ballpark estimate?
Not really.
No? Okay. But is more than one person?
Yes, more than one person.
Okay. Do you recall whether both of you said there were two petition forms on the table. Do you recall whether you saw people sign each of the petition forms or whether it was only one?
No, I believe they were signing both.
Okay. Once the circulator came back, do you recall seeing the circulator cross out any names on the petitions?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And when people were signing the petition while the circulator was gone, did anybody sign the petition that you know?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Just one very quick follow-up question. Mr. Bolton just asked you a question about whether you saw anyone, the circulator, when he came back, cross off any names. Did you see the circulator, remove any sheets and sort of set them aside or crumple them up or segregate them from his other sheets when he came back?
No, I don't recall seeing anything like that.
No further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Considine.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. You're all set.
Okay. Now, how do I
Any
turn
more
this
witnesses, or
down?
would we like to break for lunch?
For you have witnesses, but also remind people to take a lunch break, so
When's a good logical break for
this
you?
is an okay one.
It's an okay one.
Awesome.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any witnesses that need to testify on Zoom?
I think we're going to use the lunch break to see if we can find out what happened to some of the witnesses that we understood were time sensitive, but we haven't seemed to connect with.
Okay. Sure. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Let's break for 45 minutes. So that would bring us back around about 1 o'clock. Thank you all.
Hello, hello, hello.
Creeping over too far, let me know.
I don't think you are.
Okay.
Oh.
Everything
Okay.
feels different in here, huh?
I'm on 4.
Yep. I think this is higher than this side.
Oh.
I can see it
I didn't
visually.
even know you could do that.
They definitely are off.
Why is that a thing?
Right.
Is the chair bent? This is weirding me
That
out.
one would change heights.
Just have that. Hello, thanks for joining us for New Center Maine Afternoon. I'm Amanda Hill.
And I'm Brian Yacono. Great to be with you. Want to bring in meteorologist Ryan Breton for a chat about your forecast. On repeat today, it feels.
Yeah.
Started
Yes.
beautiful and sunny.
Right.
Already the clouds are moving in.
Cloud switch turned on, yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying to Amanda off the air, though, I went for a run this morning at like 8:30. It was chilly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, more so than I envisioned in my head.
I did the same thing, actually.
Yeah.
I went out and I thought, okay, the sun's out. It's
Yeah.
cooler. No, it was crisp.
Doesn't feel like spring.
Right.
When it's like that.
I think you'll like what we have, though, for the weekend.
Okay.
I don't want to, jinx anything, but I feel pretty good about the pattern change coming.
This is let's keep talking about that every day.
We do have some rain that's coming tomorrow, so we'll get to that too. I want to start with a look out over Sugarloaf, and not because it's ski season or anything like that, but because you could get a good perspective of the sky and these clouds. They're not thick and high up. They're kind of thin clouds, so there isn't much to them, and for that reason, even though a lot of them have popped up, they're not going to grow into showers or anything like that. Maybe there's a stray sprinkle, but these are pretty flat clouds. They don't have much depth to them. You can see on the satellite imagery, we started with that sun, but a lot of clouds bubbling up, and as we've seen several times this spring, that just has to do with the sun warming the ground and that air rising up into the chilly air above. Most of us south of the mountains are in the 50s now, or 60 actually in Kittery. You'll be the warm spot this afternoon. 55 in Portland, 49 in Berlin, and 45 in Rangeley. Northern Maine, considerably cooler. Fort Kent, for example, 43. But most other places are in the 50s here through the eastern half of the state. So this afternoon, temps may go up a couple degrees from where they are now. Still lots of clouds mixing with some sun. Those clouds will diminish this evening. Should be another nice sunset, which we had last night. But then by tomorrow morning, clouds are coming in from the west. And these aren't clouds that are driven by the sunshine. They're actually because there's a storm system coming in from the west. And that'll lead to a cloudy afternoon with some showers around. We're not looking at heavy rain, but there is a chance for showers in the afternoon that'll have a tendency to lift north as the afternoon goes on. So the rain chances tomorrow show we start dry, and then through the afternoon there will be showers around. For most of us, it's probably mid-afternoon where it will be dampest. Beyond that, Thursday and Friday, cloudy and damp with off and on showers, temps in the 50s. But what the next 3 days, guys, don't show is the weekend. And I think the weekend should be pretty nice. So I'll be back to talk about that coming up.
Okay. We'll get through this part first.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see you then, Ryan.
Yeah.
Thank you. Two people from New Hampshire are now back in the U.S. after they were apparently on that cruise ship that was affected by hantavirus.
The state's Department of Health and Human Services says they are not currently in New Hampshire, but officials are working to find out if they are coming back to New England. Officials say there is no current health risk to residents, adding that they will provide additional information as it becomes available. The people from New Hampshire may be among the several passengers that are currently quarantining in Nebraska, plus 2 people from the ship were actually taken to Emory University in Georgia for evaluation and treatment. Public health officials and city councilors in Portland are set to discuss infectious disease protocol today.
The Public Health Department will be presenting its recommendations now to the City Council, according to the agenda. Portland Public Health plans to implement ongoing health education for residents and businesses, as well as targeted education during tourist season. Health officials are also proposing notifying residents through the city's website and social media if an outbreak on a ship has met certain thresholds. So tonight's meeting starts at 5:30. It is on Zoom. You can find more information about that right on the city's website.
The Supreme Court is temporarily extending widespread access to an abortion drug. Just last week, the Supreme Court paused a lower court's ruling that would have required mifepristone to only be dispensed in person. That means for now, mifepristone can also be obtained at pharmacies or through the mail. The order from the Supreme Court is giving justices time to decide whether to allow restrictions on the drug. That order is expected to expire on Thursday. Well, Gerald Talbot is being remembered across the state for a life that helped shape Maine's civil rights movement.
The former legislator and trailblazing community leader died over the weekend at the age of 94. News Center Maine's Alex Haskell brings us a look at Talbot's life, legacy, and the impact he's still leaving behind. Our Alex Haskell reporting. The Talbot family also sharing a statement about his passing. His children include Senator Rachel Talbot Ross, who became Maine's first Black House Speaker in 2022, and Portland City Councilor Regina Phillips.
In a statement, the family wrote in part, quote, "He will be remembered not only for his groundbreaking leadership, but for his kindness, wisdom, humility, sense of humor, and generosity of spirit," end quote. The family says they will share details for a memorial service and celebration of life in the coming days. Well, still ahead right here, the Wyeth family is strongly associated with art in Maine.
And it truly is a family affair. We'll go over a new display of some lesser-known works and get a full preview of tonight's 207 up next. preview of what's coming up tonight. Some well-known artists to talk
Yeah,
about here.
in particular, the Wyeth family, which is, I think Don referred to them as the first family of art in Maine.
That's
Seems like
fair.
great title. Actually.
And a lot of very famous pieces, multiple people in the family creating. But there's a new exhibit. It's actually taking place in 3 different places that is focused on the work of Betsy Wyeth. So she was Andrew Wyeth's wife, and she's kind of credited with a lot of the creative inspiration for a lot of his work. Even out on those islands off the coast, that the buildings that were there, and designing them a certain way and decorating them a certain way for his landscapes, and him being able to paint them. So there's 3 exhibits that are going to be happening. One's at a museum in Pennsylvania, where a lot of their work is anyways. But the Farnsworth Museum in Rockland, that exhibit is already open. And then this summer at the Colby College Art Museum in Waterville, they're going to be opening a similar exhibit. And it's all focused around the work, like I said, of Betsy Wyeth and the role she played in her husband's career. And not really getting the credit for it all along. I mean, he was the painter, so the painter gets a lot of the credit.
But it always takes a team.
Yeah, and she was also
Strong woman behind that
she was also
successful man.
one of his, I guess you could say, critics or reviewers.
Okay.
That she would often, as he was working on pieces, give him feedback. And the person from one of the museums that Don talked to said it was a real collaboration. They had a synergy in their relationship when it came to his artwork. That she would, say, give him feedback, which probably wasn't always positive, but made his work better in the end.
Little peek behind the curtain there,
Yeah.
I like that.
So Don takes us there. He went out on the island to see some of it, and he's got it all laid out there. And like I said, you can go see those pieces either in Rockland or later this summer in Waterville. And then, excuse me, we have an interview with David Costello. He is a Democrat running for U.S. Senate against Graham Plattner. So Rob sat down with him to talk to him about his campaign and why he feels he's best to represent Maine in Washington. Another note on this, there will be no 207 tomorrow night or Thursday night, as we will be airing the governor debates, Republicans tomorrow night, Democrats on Thursday. We will be back with more 207 on Friday night. So I won't be joining you guys for the next couple days, and we won't have a show, but we'll be back Friday. And then we will wrap things up tonight with Sam's Got Maine Things to Do. So if you're looking for something to do this weekend, looking to get out, she's got you covered.
Okay. Thank you so much, Aaron
Thanks,
Tanguay.
guys.
That's all coming up on 207 at 7. And if you are looking for things to do this weekend, Ryan, looks like it's going to be a nice weekend.
Interesting to see how this goes.
Oh, yeah. Nope.
They're shooting something with who?
Bailey. Yeah. Bailey's.
All right, Ryan Breton has our full forecast, and I think we're just hoping that at some point it'll start to feel like mid-May. Okay.
That would be good.
Well, you haven't promised anything, so we won't totally hold you to it.
Optimistic for the weekend now.
Good.
So if it doesn't deliver, we know it's not your fault, but we'll give you a little raised eyebrow. Yes, through the day.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Well, it appears to be game over for GameStop's plan to create an Amazon rival. Check this out. eBay is rejecting GameStop's $55 billion offer to buy it. In a document, an eBay board chairman called the proposal neither credible nor attractive. It says the funding strategy is uncertain. GameStop is about a quarter the size, by the way, of eBay. Well, a phrase you hear in nearly every forecast is small craft advisory.
But not many people know what that means, so we'll break it down for you coming up.
Did I screw something up?
I don't think so.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I know immediately I was like, oh, maybe it was floated.
Shoot, did you drop it and it didn't appear in my, yeah. It's so crazy to like look back at that.
Right?
Like,
and what he looks like now.
yeah.
Also, his hair was so dark for how blonde it is now.
You know, you're right. But when they took him out, they were like, I don't know if I told you this. They scared John because they took him out, and the nurse goes, "Oh, he's a little towhead." Have you heard that before?
But
Yeah.
John didn't know it.
John didn't know that, and he goes, "Oh, what does that mean? What's wrong with his head?" Yeah.
I would have freaked too.
Yeah. He straight up panicked.
I think in the
So
moment,
he-
I probably would have freaked out too, because
I think you should say, "Oh, he's blonde."
Right. Let's not use terms. Thank you.
Yeah. Like, why is that even a thing? Well, if you're ever paying attention to the marine forecast, you may hear Ryan say now and again, small craft advisory.
Yeah, it seems like it's up fairly regularly, but what does that actually mean? Who is it meant for? Dana Osgood explains.
Did you guys see Sharon apparently overslept this morning?
No.
It's on Lee's Facebook page. And obviously the challenge now when something like that happens is they've coded a 2-anchor show.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they have to recode. She actually was apologetic in team.
We can certainly say a lot has changed in schools today compared to when previous generations went to class.
Yeah, but high school seniors still coming up with creative pranks, the latest one to go viral when we come back.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Oh, really?
Wow. That happened to me once when I was producing the weekend
Oh.
morning. Were you working?
Oh, I don't remember.
I was producing the weekend morning show and I completely slept through my alarm. But also, my phone was apparently in like a dead zone in my room.
Oh my gosh.
Because they called me and called me and called me. I never had a missed call.
Oh, gosh.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Like they were about to send someone to my house to make sure I was
Oh my
alive.
gosh.
Right.
And I woke up at 6 a.m. and I was like, oh my God, I missed the entire thing.
Oh my gosh. That's the only reason I would want a landline, I think.
Yeah.
Is it for something if I work the mornings and something
for
like
sure.
that. So I
Yeah,
had a
'cause,
home
like, my
number.
phone's always on
Yeah,
standby.
I've never had a landline, but like if that would be the only reason for
Yeah.
like
Your
an
options.
emergency to wake you up.
For sure.
Because I sleep with my phone on Do Not Disturb. I think it'll get through if you call a few
If
times.
you call like twice
Yeah.
back to back, there's
Right.
something, but
Or you can
you're dead
set it.
asleep.
Yeah, you can probably set numbers to get
Yeah.
through. Yeah.
Okay, we are getting close to high school graduation time, and some seniors are leaving their mark.
Yeah, and they are doing it with humor and a little fun with a prank they're doing. Check this out. So this is a group of students in Nebraska recreated a full cattle corral. We also want to point out they did have permission from the principal to do this, even built a shed in their shop class. So you could say it was educational.
Well, there you go.
But it looks like it's right in their parking lot, as you can see
Yeah.
right there, right over the lines.
Well, now I hope it was in the teacher parking lot and not the,
Not the
Because
student one.
if I were a student, I'd be like, okay, where am I parking?
What's the
Right.
deal? Right. But the teacher lot, that would be an entertaining prank.
Yeah.
That's very
Seem-
Nebraska.
Yeah, the cows
That was my
seem
other thought too. Like, that's a very Nebraska prank.
Yeah, I went to a Catholic high school, so we had uniforms. It was like polo shirt, had to be tucked in with a belt, khaki pants. We got permission to decorate our polo shirts that day.
Wild and crazy.
Yeah, wild and crazy, very wild. Yep.
Going all out.
If we had one, I don't remember,
I
frankly.
don't remember doing, no.
Yeah.
Isn't that awful? It was just so long ago.
You know, it's, it's a little bit ago.
All right. We'll enjoy the afternoon.
Yeah, it's
Clouds
fine.
are rolling in.
And then we've got showers tomorrow.
All right. We know that part. We'll hear more about it at 4. Thanks for joining us.
We'll just be resuming in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a nice lunch. We will resume the hearing. Before we do so, I just want to remind everyone once again that we are streaming this live on YouTube. So just remember that if you're in the room, you are being recorded. And all these microphones will pick up sound throughout the room. So just be aware. All right. And I think just moving back to the Gilbert Council, was there another witness you were ready to take?
Yes, the petitioners call Amy Stubbs.
And have you signed in on the?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Would you please state your name clearly for the record?
Amy Stubbs.
And will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stubbs. Can you please tell us what town you live in?
In Saco?
And are you registered to vote in Maine?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a public affairs organizer for the Planned Parenthood Maine Action Team.
And generally, what does that work entail?
Working with volunteers, working with the general public, doing outreach, getting people involved in our work.
Is one of the ways that you do that tabling at locations?
Yes.
And let's talk about Election Day in November 2025. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And that was November 4th, 2025?
Yes.
And can you tell us where you were on Election Day in 2025?
I was in the polling location in Saco, which is at Thornton Academy.
And what were you doing there?
I was collecting signatures and information from people interested in joining our supporter network to get updates or to volunteer.
Okay, and were you tabling when you were doing that?
Yes.
Okay, and what is tabling?
In this case, it is setting up a table with clipboards and petitions for people to fill out their information. Sometimes we have like little items like stickers and stuff to give out. Yeah.
And where is the Thornton Academy gym? What city is that in?
In Saco.
And about what time were you at the Thornton Academy gym?
From about 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And why were you at that particular location that day?
So our team was across the state at different polling locations. I was in Saco to collect signatures and information from people who wanted to join our supporter network, mostly because I live in Saco.
And could you describe the physical setup for where you were?
Yeah, so we were in the gym where the voting takes place. There was a cordoned off like exit row basically at the right in front of the doors to exit the gym after people deposited their ballots, and there were 3 tables set up
during the time that I was there, and I was the table closest to the exit door.
Okay, and so it sounds like there were two other tables. Did you see who those tables were for?
Yes, the table directly next to me was Maine People's Alliance, and the table farthest from me was the Protect Girls Sports.
And was the Protect Girls Sports, and I may refer to that as PGS from time to time, was that set up when you arrived at the gym?
No, they came in while I was still setting up.
And you said they. Who are you referring to?
There was one person at the table. It was a woman. She was probably in her 40s. She had long dark hair. I didn't interact with her, so I don't know her name.
And about what time was this that you first saw this woman?
It was a little after 10. I would say 10:10, 10:15.
And you said it was your table, next table over, PGS table.
Yes.
About how far away from you was the PGS table?
I would say probably within 10 to 15 feet.
Did you have a clear view of that table that day?
Yes.
And was anyone operating the PGS table other than the woman you described?
No.
Could you describe the setup of her table?
So there was a sign that had their logo on it. There was, I think, 3 stacks of petitions and pens. And there was also some sort of info card for a candidate who may or may not have been running for election that day.
At any point to your observation that day, did the PGS circulator leave her table?
Yes, she left the table twice that I noticed.
Based on your best recollection, when was the first time that she left the table?
It was around noon.
And do you know about how long she was gone for on that occasion?
Probably about 25 minutes.
During the period of time that she was gone, was anyone else operating the PGS table?
No.
What did she do with her petition sheets when she left the table unattended?
They were just left on the table.
And to your observation, had she also left pens on the PGS table?
Yes.
During the period of time that she left the table unattended, did you observe anyone sign the PGS petition?
Yes.
Do you know about how many people you saw sign the petition that first occasion she left the table unattended?
Yeah, I would say about 25 to 30 people.
And when she left the table on that first occasion, did you see where she went?
I didn't.
Did you see her anywhere in the gym during the period of time that she had left the table and people were signing the PGS petition starting around noon?
I did not.
And you mentioned there were 2 times that you saw her leave the table, is that right?
Yes.
About when did she leave the table again?
The second time was about 1:50.
And on that occasion, for about how long did you see her leave the table?
It was at least 15 minutes.
Okay, and during the period of time that she left the table and attended on this second occasion, did you observe anyone sign the PGS petition?
Yes.
About how many people did you see sign on that occasion?
About 10 to 15 people.
And when she left the table on that second occasion, did you see where she went?
I did not.
Did you see her anywhere in the gym during the second period of time that she had left the table unattended?
I did not.
Did you do anything to capture what you observed that day in the Thornton Academy gym?
The first time she left, I did not. The second time she left, I did take 3 pictures.
Okay. And do you know about when you took those 3 pictures on that second occasion she left the table unattended?
I think it was 1:52, 1:54, and just after 2. I think it was like 2:04.
And how can you be sure of pretty specific times there?
I looked at the pictures that I had taken, the timestamps on them.
If we could pull up a document that's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Who took this photo?
I took this photo.
And about when did you take this photo?
I believe this was the first photo I took, so about 1:52.
Okay. And what is this photo of?
This is the table that the person collecting signatures for Protect Girls Sports had left.
We move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 9.
Any objection?
No.
The exhibit is accepted.
At the time that you took this photo of the PGS table, could you see the dark-haired woman who had been operating the PGS table?
No.
And if we could pull up the document that's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, this is the second photo I took.
And what is this photo of?
This is someone appearing to sign the petitions at the Protect Girls Sports table.
Okay, and so just so the record is clear, we see two tables in this photo. The table nearest to the camera lens, what table is that?
Maine People's Alliance.
And the table where the woman is holding a pen, what table is that?
The Protect Girls Sports table.
Okay, we offer Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No.
The exhibit is accepted.
And at the time that you took this second photo, could you see the dark-haired woman who had been operating the PGS table anywhere in the gym?
No.
If we could pull up Petitioner's Exhibit 11. Okay, and again, Ms. Stubbs, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, this is the third photo I took.
We move to admit Exhibit 11.
No objection.
The exhibit is accepted.
At the time that you took this photo, could you see the dark-haired woman who had been operating the PGS table?
No.
And with regard to each of these three photos, had you observed anyone come to relieve her or attend to the table in her absence?
No.
Okay. And in this third photo, where is the PGS table, if anywhere in this photo?
It's not visible, but in front of the person in the red sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person in the red sweatshirt looks like they're in a line of people, is that right?
Yes.
And so where were those people lined up at?
In front of the table.
Okay, and what did you observe the people who were lined up in front of the PGS table doing around the time that you took this photo?
They appear to be signing the petition.
And there are people who appear to be standing in the foreground. To your observation, were any of them operating the PGS table as the dark-haired woman had been?
No.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stubbs. You testified that you saw the individual who was circulating the petitions at the PGS table. You made note of her, correct? You realized who she was and what she was doing, is that correct?
I saw her walk in and set up her table, yes.
And you understood what she was doing?
Yes, I saw the sign on the table.
And so you understood that she was collecting signatures for the Protect Girls Sports in Maine initiative, correct?
Yes.
And did you interact with this individual at all?
No.
And you had your own tasks that you were doing, correct?
Yes.
So if I understood your testimony correctly, and you tell me if I'm wrong, you saw her leave on 2 occasions, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you actually see her get up to leave, or did you just notice she was gone?
I saw her get up to leave the second time. The first time I noticed she was gone.
Okay, so there was some lapse to the point at which she came to your attention she was no longer there.
Yes.
And when she left the second time, what was it that called your attention to her so that you noticed that she was leaving?
She walked by in front of me.
And so that's where you noticed that she came into your field of vision, but she did not do that previously?
Right. Previously there were people at my table, so I did not notice when she left.
Now, as I understand your testimony, you have some familiarity with the petition process yourself, is that right?
Yes.
So you understood that if a petition is not being witnessed, yet somebody is signing it, that's a violation of the requirement to witness the signature, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you made note of it, correct?
Yes.
And you made note of it with an idea that you would bring this to somebody's attention, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you took the photographs, right?
I took the photographs because I witnessed what was happening, and it made sense to me to take photographs rather than just rely on what I had seen.
That's because you intended at some point to bring this to the attention of someone in a position of authority, correct?
I can't say that I had that intention when I did it.
Well, then maybe you can explain to me, why did you take the photographs?
Because I saw something happening that I knew wasn't right.
And you wanted to have evidence of what you saw.
Sure.
You wanted an image to substantiate what you saw, is that correct?
Sure.
And so when you took the photographs, first let me ask you, in taking the photographs, were there any limitations? You could have taken any number of photographs, is that correct?
I don't understand the question.
Well, let me ask you, you've got 3 photographs here, but you could have taken more if you wished, is that correct?
I could have if I ignored what I was doing in my job.
And let me ask you this, could you have stood up and taken the photographs from other perspectives?
Could I have?
Yes.
I suppose if I wasn't doing anything else.
Well, but one of the things you were doing was photographing the Protect Girls Sports Initiative table. That's one of the things you were doing there that day, right?
Right.
And so nothing prevented you from getting up and taking those photographs from another perspective that might have shown a broader view of the auditorium, is that correct?
I mean, doing my job prevented me from walking around and taking a bunch of photos.
So I just want to make sure I understand this, so that I understand the purpose of the photographs that you took. The photographs you took were ones that you took that you felt that best supported what it was you were seeing, correct?
No, they were just the photographs I took. I didn't think about getting a different angle or what would look the best. I just took the photographs I was able to take.
But you took the photographs, you could look at the photographs after you took them, could you not?
I could, I did not.
You didn't, you just took them and felt they were good enough, is that correct?
I took them and went back to my table because there were people at the table.
So you were actually getting up from your table and taking these photographs, is that correct?
For one of them, I did.
And did anything prevent you from going over and actually taking a closer photograph of the PGS table?
Yes, people at my table.
Now, let's, if we could go back through your photographs, I just have a couple of questions for you about them. I think we're starting with number 9, is that right? So this photograph number 9, you were actually standing right in front of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And so you were able to get up and take a picture of the table itself and the petitions on it, correct?
Yes.
So the duties that you had didn't prevent you from getting that kind of a vantage point, correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I think what I'm asking is, if I understood your testimony correctly, what governed your taking of the photographs was that you were busy doing your own work.
Yes.
But you could do your own work and come over and take that picture, which is like literally right on top of the PGS table, right?
Yes, and it took me all of 3 seconds to do that.
So it wasn't burdensome at all.
At that exact moment when I took that photograph, no.
Let's go to exhibit number 10. Now we're looking at exhibit number 10, and this is another photograph that you took, correct?
Yes.
And that petition, that shows, it looks like an empty chair with a Gatorade on it. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you consider in taking that photograph that you might have taken a wider shot of that area to show a broader view of what it was you were seeing with your own eyes?
No.
If the circulator had been standing against the wall, your photograph would not show her, correct?
I suppose not.
Well, let's go to the next exhibit, 11. Now, you testified that exhibit number 11 shows a line of people standing in front of the Protect Girls Sports table. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Can you actually see the Protect Girls Sports table?
No.
Does this photograph, just looking at this photograph, does this show, can you tell by looking at this photograph whether the circulator is at the table or not?
No.
Did you engage with the woman who was the PGS circulator at all?
No.
I have nothing further.
Good afternoon. I just have a couple of questions for you. Did you recognize anybody who signed the petition forms while the circulator was away from the table?
No.
Okay. When the circulator came back, did you see the circulator cross out any signatures?
No.
That's all I have.
Ms. Stubbs, to your knowledge, there are no other polling locations in Saco, just Thornton Academy Gym?
There's just the one.
Okay. The first time that you noticed that the PGS circulator was gone, you mentioned, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that that's because she wasn't at the table.
Yes.
And you hadn't seen her leave on that occasion.
Correct.
So the time estimate that you gave to us earlier about the duration for which she was gone, fair to say that didn't include whatever period of time she'd been gone before you noticed?
No, that was from when I noticed to when she had returned.
Okay. Could we pull up Exhibit 10? Ms. Stubbs, was the circulator standing against the wall when you took this photo?
No.
Did you see her anywhere in the gym when you took this photo?
No.
You pull up Exhibit 11, please. In this photo, was the dark-haired woman sitting at the table when you took this photo?
No.
Did you see her anywhere in the gym when you took this photo?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just one question. You testified, I believe, that you are a resident of Saco, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you recognize any of the voters signing the PGS petition?
No.
I have a question that prompted by the Exhibit 10. Would you mind putting up Exhibit 10? I just wanted to ask you, I see there's a cordon in the background there. Is that the area cordoning off where the voting booths are?
Yes.
So can you describe how big is the area where your tables were, in other words, the area after the cordon where your tables were. So how can you give me a sense of how large that area was?
Like the distance from that exit sign to where the tables are?
I don't see
The yellow exit at the.
Oh yeah. So from the exit sign, so it is the wall pretty much close to the left of the picture?
Yeah, the wall is right behind where our tables are. It's the bleachers that are pushed up.
The bleachers.
Right
Okay, I
behind
think we
us.
saw that in another picture.
Yeah.
And then how far does it go? You're standing there taking the picture behind you. How far does it go in that direction?
It's the entire length of the gymnasium, so I was probably like 10 feet from the exit door.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you very much. Next witness?
The petitioners call Gabriel LaSalle.
Thank you for signing in. If you can turn on your microphone and please state your name clearly for the record.
Yes, my name is Gabriel LaSalle.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
LaSalle.
afternoon.
Could you please tell us what town you live in?
Yes, I live in Old Orchard Beach, Maine.
And are you registered to vote in Maine?
I am, yes.
And could you tell us what you were doing on Election Day in 2025?
Yes, I was working as a canvasser for Maine People's Alliance at that time. So on Election Day, I was taking the second shift at Thornton Academy, which is Saco, Maine's polling place. I was tabling for the afternoon into the evening for Maine People's Alliance. Our purpose that day was surveying voters as they exited the polls. We had a little form for them to fill out asking about different issues that matter to them, such as healthcare or childcare, as well as different primary election candidates that they had heard of at that point.
And I think we all know this at this point, but Election Day 2025 was November 4th?
Yes, it was.
And you mentioned that you were doing the afternoon shift, I believe. About when were you at the Thornton Academy gym that day?
I got there a bit before 2:00. So I would say I would have arrived at 1:45 and I was there until a little after 8:00, which I believe is when the polls closed.
And I believe you mentioned that you were operating a table. Could you describe the setup for the table that you were at?
Yes, Maine People's Alliance, or MPA's table, was smaller, very small. I believe it was just a square table. I had laid out a couple of different forms. They were all the same survey. I believe, as well as I think there was another paper hanging over the side of the table that said Maine People's Alliance, so people knew who we were.
And were there other people tabling for causes at that time in the gym?
Yes.
And what other tables were there?
On my right, there was table for Planned Parenthood, New England, and on my left, there was the Protect Girls Sports table.
And about how far away were those tables from yours?
I believe I was directly in the middle of them. 5 to 10 feet. I'm not so good with exact distances.
Okay. Did you have a clear view of the PGS or Protect Girls Sports in Maine table?
I did, yes.
And to your observation, was anyone operating that table?
Yes.
Could you please describe the person who was operating the PGS table?
Sure. For the time that I was there, I should have clarified there were two different sets of people.
Who was there when you first arrived?
When I arrived, it was a woman, shorter woman, long dark hair. I never spoke with her, maybe mid-40s.
And you mentioned that there was a second group. Could you please describe when did she leave? When did you see others arrive?
Yes, I can't remember the exact time, but it would have been probably between 3 and 4 o'clock that afternoon. She left, or two young men about my age came in to take over for her, and then she left.
And when, do you recall about when did those two young men come in relation to when she left?
They came just maybe like 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes before she left. There was some overlap.
Okay, and before those two young men arrived, was anyone else with her operating the table?
No, it was just her the whole time.
And at any point, to your observation, did the woman leave her table unattended?
Yes. Very soon after I got there, I didn't personally notice her walk away, but it was brought to my attention that she wasn't there, and she was absent for 20 to 30 minutes.
And during the period of time that she was gone, was anyone else operating the PGS table?
No.
And what did she do with her petition sheets during this time?
She left them there.
And when you say she left them there, where
on the table.
During the period of time that she had left the table unattended with the petition sheets, did you observe anyone approach the table?
Yes.
Did you see anyone sign the petition sheets when she had left the table unattended?
Yes, I did.
About how many people did you see do that?
20 to 30, closer to 30 maybe.
Okay. And when she left the table, did you see where she went?
I did not.
Did you notice whether she had exited the gym or you just didn't see her?
She was no longer in the gym.
Okay. And when you say that she was no longer in the gym, how do you know that?
I could look around. I had a clear vantage of the whole gym and I couldn't see her there.
Okay. And you didn't see her anywhere in the gym during the period of time that she had left the table unattended and 20 to 30 people signed?
No, and I saw her return later from outside the gym.
Okay, and so the record is clear. When you say you saw her return from outside the gym, where was that in relation to that row of 3 tables?
Our row of 3 tables were set up so as voters were exiting, they would reach PGS, MPA, Planned Parenthood, and then the exit doors. I saw her come back through the exit doors, so she passed the later 2 tables and returned to hers.
Do you know whether the events that you've described in your testimony here today were captured in any way?
I believe they were, yes.
And when you say you believe they were, are you aware of any particular way that they were recorded?
I'm aware of a video.
Okay, and would you be able to recognize this video if we were to play it to you here today?
Yes, I would.
Okay, could we please pull up Petitioner's Exhibit 13? We're going to attempt to do this with audio if you'll bear with us, Mr. LaSalle.
Sure.
They abandoned their table, yeah?
Yep, we are very much aware.
You saw that they abandoned their table.
They've been gone for about 5 minutes.
So the circulator isn't watching any of the people that are signing this petition?
No, they're not watching who's signing the
I'm not certain whether you could hear that.
I could hear echoes.
Yeah.
I share it without the sound. It's just, it was my mic. Got it off here.
See how this goes if we try it again.
Play it off my computer.
Thank you, Abigail. Thank you, Abigail.
they abandoned their table, yeah?
Yep, we are very much aware.
You saw that they abandoned their table.
They've been gone for about 5 minutes.
So the circulator isn't watching any of the people that are signing this petition?
No, they're not watching who's signing the petition at all. And apparently they've done it earlier. We should check with
Interesting.
We're aware of the legality of that. I'm not personally going to comment on it.
They abandoned their table, yeah?
Yep, we are very much aware.
You saw that they abandoned their table.
They've been gone for about 5 minutes.
So the circulator isn't watching any of the people that are signing this petition?
No, they're not watching who's signing the petition at all. And apparently they've done it earlier. We should check with
Interesting.
We're aware of the legality of that. I'm not personally going to comment on it.
All right, Mr. Well, that was disconcerting. Mr. LaSalle, did you recognize that video?
I did.
Were you in that video?
I am in that video, yes.
Okay. Who were you in that video? Can you describe yourself in that video?
I was the one wearing the black and white flannel, gray t-shirt, fiddling with a pen.
And Mr. LaSalle, I am not sure whether you heard any of the words in that video. Did you hear any of the audio?
Not well.
Okay. All right. Then, do you recall about how long the woman in the PGS circulator had been gone at the time that video was taken?
I believe at the time the video was taken, about 5 minutes.
We moved to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 13.
No objection.
The exhibit is admitted.
And Mr. LaSalle, that video showed you standing behind a table. Whose table was that?
That was my table, Maine People's Alliance's table.
And the video also showed a next table over with a sign in front that said "Protect Girls Sports." Did you see that?
I did.
Is that the table that the woman with dark hair had been operating?
Yes.
Did you see her anywhere in that video?
No, she's not in that video.
During the time that video was capturing, did you see her anywhere in the gym?
I did not, no.
Did this video accurately portray what you observed of people signing the PCS petitions at an unattended table?
Yes.
And I know that video was not a 30-minute long video or a 20-minute long video, but did that actually accurately capture what you observed during that 20 to 30-minute window of time?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Good afternoon, Mr. LaSalle.
Good afternoon.
The woman who was at the PGS desk, did you observe her at any point getting up and leaving, or did you just notice that she was gone?
I just noticed she was gone.
And if she had brought something with her, you would not have noticed that?
No.
The video that you just played, who recorded that?
I cannot remember the name, but it was someone who had approached my table and asked to take a video.
And did you understand what the purpose of the video was?
I did, yes.
And it was to document what you're now testifying about, that the PGS table was unattended for a period of time?
Yes.
So I guess I'm wondering if that's you took no photos of your own?
I did not, no.
Why not?
It had not occurred to me, and I was very busy with the people who were coming to my table in general.
Did you view the video after it was taken and see immediately after it was taken?
I did not see it immediately after it was taken.
So it was some months before you saw it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can you tell us when you first saw that video?
I can't remember which was first. It was shown to me by a friend, and it was also shown to be by someone in Maine People's Alliance, but sometime in March.
Now, I gather from your testimony, you said that there were a large number of signatories of the petitions that were affixed while the circulator was absent, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recognize any of them?
No.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe at one point you said that is, the circulator was gone for 20 or 30 minutes, and in that 20 or 30 minute period, 20 or 30 people signed the petition. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
So that sounds like very busy.
It felt very busy to me.
Yeah. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just have a couple questions for you. Did you get a good look at the petition forms that were sitting on the table?
I did not.
Okay. And then my only other question is, did you at any point after the circulator returned see them crossing out any names on the petition?
I did not see them do that.
Okay. Thank you.
I have just one question. Early in your testimony, you mentioned that you did not see her leave, but it was brought to your attention. How was it brought to your attention that she had gone?
I believe it was brought to my attention by the person who asked to take the video.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have any further questions.
When the woman, you said, I think in response to a question from Assistant Attorney General Bolton, that you did not see whether she crossed out any names or not. Is that correct?
I did not see her cross out any names.
Were you looking for that?
I was not specifically paying attention to it, but I did not witness that.
So I want to be clear about this. So when the circulator returned, you had your own duties you were trying to do that day, correct?
Yes.
So when she returned, you didn't hover over her and try to note her every move, correct?
I did not hover over her, no.
And so if she did or did not cross out signatures, that's not something you noticed?
I wouldn't know for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Unless, I think petitioners call Cynthia Grimm.
Thank you. If you could please turn on your microphone. Do you know how to, there's a button there. Abigail's coming to help. It's a little tricky. It's a little touchy. Oh, that one. Thank you. Would you please state your name clearly for the record? Cynthia Grimm. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Graham, and thank you for joining us. Can you please tell us what town you live in?
Auburn.
And are you registered to vote in Auburn?
Yes.
Ms. Grimm, have you ever collected signatures for a ballot initiative before?
Yes, for a few of them.
And have you also previously served as a notary for ballot initiative campaigns?
I have.
So is it fair to say that you're fairly familiar with the rules governing ballot initiative campaigns in Maine?
Yes.
And based on your experience, is it ever appropriate for a ballot initiative circulator to leave their petition sheets unattended in a public place?
No, all of the training for every campaign I've worked on has said you take the petitions with you when you leave the desk.
So I'd like to ask you about the afternoon of December 7th, 2025. Can you tell us what you were doing that day?
I had taken my daughter to the town Christmas tree lighting and Christmas parade.
And was that at Festival Plaza in Auburn?
Yes.
And at about what time did you arrive at Festival Plaza?
We got there about 3:15.
And while attending the parade, did you encounter people circulating for Protect Girls Sports in Maine, or as I may call it, PGS?
Yes, there was one person circulating through the crowd, and then there was also a table where there were 3 people who were bringing people back to the table to sign.
So you encountered a number of circulators on behalf of the campaign. I'd like to ask you specifically about the first circulator you mentioned who was moving throughout the crowd. Can you tell us where you first encountered him?
We were standing in the line for hot cocoa, and he came over and asked the people in front of me if they would sign the petition. So he identified the petition and then asked them what town they were from. He put the right page on the front and handed the petition to the first person.
And what did he do at that point after handing the petition sheet to the person standing in front of you in the hot cocoa line?
He turned his back and walked about 15 feet away, and he was standing there holding his phone in the air like he was taking video of the event.
And what was happening with the petition sheets at this time?
The first person signed it and then looked for the petition gatherer and then handed it to the person beside her. They signed it. Again, they kind of looked around to see where this person was, handed it to the next person beside them. And then after the third person had signed, I believe he came back to collect the petitions.
And so approximately how long was he standing with his back away from the line when these individuals were signing?
That time, it was probably about 5 minutes.
And you indicated that the circulator reapproached the line at some point and recollected his petition sheets. Do I have that right?
Yes, he came back and picked them up from the first group of people.
And what did he do at that point?
He bypassed me. I was in my wheelchair, so that makes me invisible to a lot of people. So he handed them over my head to the people behind me, and then again went to the same place about 15 feet away and was holding his phone up like he was videoing the event.
And this second instance, about how long was he standing away from the line?
I'm going to say at least 10 minutes because the petition pack was passed through a lot of people.
And you may have already mentioned this, but roughly how far away was he standing from the line at this second instance?
I'd say it was about 15 feet.
After that time had passed, did he again reapproach the line at some point?
He came back to the line and he started where he had left the petition and then had to kind of search through the line to find where the stack of petitions had gone.
And so did you understand that to mean that he had sort of lost track of them and where they were in the line?
Yes.
And he had to take a minute to sort of find where they were?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And during that second instance, when he was away for 10 minutes or so, what was happening with the petition sheets?
It was being passed from one person to the next, and people were just, signing it.
And during these instances, when you were in the line for hot cocoa, approximately how many people do you think signed the petition? while he was away from it?
I would say at least a dozen, probably more like 15, before he came back on.
Now, at this point in the sequence of events, had you taken any photographs of the circulator?
No, I was trying to, but it was impossible to get an angle from where I was sitting. There were people in the way.
So after you and your daughter get hot cocoa, did you then get into another line at the Christmas parade?
Yes, the next line I think was for like some silly glasses and mittens and stuff.
And at some point, did you also get in line to see Santa Claus?
Yes, after the parade.
And around this time, did you take some photographs of the circulator?
Yeah, while I was in the line for Santa, he was standing maybe 10 feet away from me at that point, and I was able to take a picture with his face.
And what were you trying to accomplish in taking a photograph of him at this point in time?
I wanted to report this behavior to the Secretary of State's office.
And so were you specifically trying to get a photo that could identify him at
Yes.
this point? Can we please pull up Petitioner's Exhibit 18? Ms. Grimm, is this one of the photographs you took of the circulator?
Yes, that's the first picture.
At this time, we'd move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 18.
No objection.
The exhibit is accepted.
And so can you, just to sort of orient us, can you tell us where you were standing when you took this photo?
I was, there was a line kind of straight into the plaza to get up to where Santa was sitting, and he was to my left.
And at this point in time, he was no longer circulating his petitions.
He was just holding them at that point.
And I think you indicated this previously, but you were trying to get a photo of him so that you could identify him.
Right.
Now, if we zoom in just a little bit, it appears he has some bundled up papers pressed against him. Do you see that?
Yes.
And these are, as best you could tell from your understanding, his petition sheets?
Yes.
And there seems to be a decent number of them. Fair?
Yes, it's quite a large stack.
Was it your understanding that he was distributing sheets to people from multiple municipalities?
Yes, I heard people in lines say that they were from Auburn, from Lewiston, Minot. I didn't hear any other towns.
So he wasn't just collecting signatures of people from Auburn on that day.
Right.
And it's fair to say that people from probably a bunch of towns come to the Christmas parade to see Santa and have hot cocoa and all those nice things.
Yes.
Could we now please pull up Petitioner's Exhibit 19? And is this another photograph you took of the circulator?
Yes, I was able to zoom in a little bit for the second photo.
And Petitioners move to admit Exhibit 19.
No objection.
The exhibit is accepted.
About how long did you and your daughter stay at the Christmas event in the plaza?
We were there about an hour and 15 minutes.
And throughout that hour and 15 minutes, well, I'll strike that. Once the PGS circulator was done handing the petition to people in the line for hot cocoa, what did he do after that?
He moved to other lines.
So in other words, he continued to engage in that pattern of behavior throughout the time period in which you were there.
Yes.
And based on what you could see during your time there, approximately how many people in total signed the petition sheets while he was engaged in this pattern of handing the petition sheets and then walking away?
I'm sorry, what was the
About
question?
how many people did you see sign the petition sheets in total while you were there?
I would estimate it was about 50 people, because every time I saw him in the crowd, he would hand the stack over and then walk away and either have his whole phone up in the air or he would be staring down at his phone with his back to the people.
And did you ever see him standing next to a person while they signed or witnessing the signature?
No.
So he was consistently engaging in this pattern of sort of handing off the petitions and walking away to do
Yes.
something else. Of the 50 or so signatures that you saw, is it possible that they were spread across numerous petition sheets, including for towns beyond Auburn?
Yes, I did see him changing the front sheet several times.
Now, you mentioned earlier seeing a few other circulators for the ballot initiative at a table. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And from what you saw, those circulators did watch as people signed their petition sheets, correct?
Yes, there was always at least one person at the table with the petitions.
So at least from your vantage point, and as best as you could tell, those circulators were witnessing the signatures.
Yes.
Once you were back from the Christmas event, did you later write down a summary of what you saw?
Yes, I immediately started writing an email to send to the Secretary of State.
And did you in fact send that email to the Secretary of State?
Yes, I sent it the next day.
And did you ever hear back from the Secretary's office?
Yes, I got a response that they were watching the campaign, and I believe that they also said they had had previous complaints about that campaign.
To your knowledge, did they do anything else in response to your complaint?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grimm. I pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Grimm.
Hi.
So based on your testimony, you have a fair amount of experience with petition circulation, correct?
Yes.
And you understand the rules?
Yes.
And you understand that it's important, indeed essential, to actually view the signer for the circulator to have a valid petition, correct?
Correct.
And that is why this was a significant moment to you, correct?
Right.
And you understood the significance of it right from the start, right?
Yes.
Now, a couple of things that I want to clarify with you. First, you're not testifying that the circulator left the area altogether.
No, no.
He was always in the area.
Yes.
He was always near these petitions, correct? You have to say yes out loud.
Yes.
Also, if I understood you correctly, and I want to make sure I understand this, you were asked a question about other municipalities. In other words, you were in Auburn that day, correct?
Right.
So it would have been logical to have an Auburn petition to circulate, correct?
Correct.
But this circulator that you have identified, he had petition sheets for other municipalities as well.
Yes.
And how again did you know that?
I heard him asking people what town they were from, and then saw him moving the page to the front for whatever town the first person said.
So in other words, I need to understand sort of physically what you're describing. Does he have several petitions attached to a clipboard? Is that what it is? Or tell me how it was set up as you remember.
I don't know how he had them attached. I knew he had a rubber band around them, and he had a large stack that he was kind of juggling.
But in order to sign a petition effectively, it has to have some kind of a surface below it. Did he have any kind of surface below these petitions?
I don't know.
But at any rate, you do recall that that if somebody was from a different municipality, he was able to go through his petitions and come up with that municipality for that voter?
Right.
So is it your understanding that the people in line that you say he turned his back on, were they all from the same place?
Some of them were, some of them were there, as husband and wife, or, just as a group together. And some of them were just handing it to the next person in line.
And given that you wouldn't necessarily know what municipality people were from, how would the circulator know to have the right municipality for all the different people in the line?
Well, I don't think he could.
Okay. Now, you recognized that it was important for you to make some kind of record of what it was you saw, correct?
Yes.
And you recognized that that photographic evidence could be compelling, correct?
Right.
And that's why you took the photographs you did, correct?
Yes.
Now, I understand that you said that you didn't take other photographs of what you were actually seeing because you didn't have a good vantage point. Is that right?
No, it was more, I couldn't get him and his petitions in the same frame, because there were either people, who were not involved in the way, or, they were just too far apart.
Were you concerned that he might see you photographing him?
Of course, I'm a woman.
Was a large crowd there?
Yes.
Did you feel at risk from this person?
I'm a woman. I always feel at risk with men.
And so in a large crowd like that, with somebody circulating petitions for a ballot initiative, you felt that you could not place yourself at risk by photographing this person failing to follow circulation laws?
Right.
But you did take a photograph of him.
When I was able to, yes.
You took two.
Yep.
So you were not afraid at that point.
He was very focused on his phone. I didn't think he would even notice I existed.
Let's go back and take a look at the first of the two exhibits or photographs that you took. Ms. Grimm, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 18, and that's the first photograph that you testified about a few minutes ago, correct?
Yes.
And that shows the circulator, correct?
Yes.
And perhaps you could orient us a little bit. This is taken in Auburn. Where is this in Auburn?
He is standing on the sidewalk at the edge of Festival Plaza, which is on Main Street in Auburn.
And what I'm curious about here is, is this after, well, maybe I should back up and ask you a little bit more. This is a Christmas parade, is that right?
There was a parade, yes.
And there are a lot of other activities there, as you've explained, correct?
Right.
And all this attracts a crowd.
Yep, right.
Where's the crowd?
This was toward the end of the event. A lot of people had left. And most of the crowd was still in line for Santa. And then the line kind of curved to my right. He was on my left.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he the only person in this photograph?
He is.
And I think you identified that he's that white bundle that he's carrying. Those are his petitions. That was your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And why don't we go to the next exhibit if we could? And so this is the second photograph that you took. I think it's Exhibit 20. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Oh, excuse me, Exhibit 19. This is the second photograph that you took,
Yes.
correct? And there again, that's the circulator, and there's nobody around him, correct?
Correct.
I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just have a couple questions. You said that he stepped away from the line and it looked like he was videoing something, taking a video with his phone.
That's what it looked like. Yeah.
Could you tell what he was taking a video of?
I think it was just kind of the crowd and everything that was going on.
Okay. Was there anything sort of specific happening in any particular direction from where you were in line that he might?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. How long was he videoing? How long were the videos that he was taking? If you know?
I don't know.
Was he taking multiple separate videos? Could you tell, or was it just one long video?
I couldn't really tell. His phone was up in the air.
Okay. And do I remember right? I think you testified that when the petition was being passed, and I could be misremembering, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you had said that when people were passing the petition in line, that there was some chatter about what town people were from. Is that right?
Yes, when he would hand it to someone, he would ask what town they were from and then put the appropriate page on the front.
Okay. Once he stepped away, was there any talk in line among the people in line about what town they were in that you heard?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just a couple more questions. If we could start by pulling up Petitioner's Exhibit 19 again. And just to orient us a little bit, so is that Main Street behind the circulator?
Yes.
And then is the bulk of the plaza sort of behind the camera lens down towards the river?
Yes.
So the plaza where people were gathering is not really in frame here, right?
No.
And any people who at this point in time were still at the Christmas parade would have been behind you.
Right.
And thus they wouldn't have been in the scope of the picture.
Right. This was after the parade has been all the way through.
And in fact, I think on the right side there's a sign up for the Christmas parade and tree lighting. Is that right?
Right.
We can take this down. Mr. Woodcock asked you a couple questions about why you took some photos, why you didn't take others. When you went to the Christmas Plaza event with your daughter that day, were you setting out on some kind of mission to track down circulator misbehavior?
No, I didn't realize anyone would be collecting petition signatures there.
So you didn't bring your telephoto lens for capturing, fancy pictures on safaris or something like that?
No.
You just had your camera phone?
Right.
And you were there with your daughter?
Right.
Presumably you were trying to keep an eye on her and entertain her and all those things a parent does?
Yes.
And I think you also mentioned you were in a wheelchair, is that right?
Yes.
And did that limit your mobility to sort of turn and take pictures and things like that?
Yeah, it was very difficult to navigate through the crowd.
And I think you already testified to this, so I won't belabor the point, but when you chose to take the photograph, it was specifically so that you could get something that would identify the circulator for the secretary.
Right.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Grimm.
Just a couple more. It's, how old is your daughter?
Sorry?
How old is your daughter?
She was 13 at the time. She's 14 now.
So she was somebody you had to keep an eye on too, I would think.
Yeah.
At that age.
Yes.
If I understood you correctly, irrespective of whether you had brought a telephoto or fancy camera with you, you understood, you were capable with your telephone of taking a photograph, correct?
Of taking a photo?
Yes.
Yes.
You didn't need a Safari camera to do that, did you?
No.
And so I just want to understand this a little more. You didn't take photographs or videos of this man while the petitions, he was, as you say, not paying attention to the petitions because you didn't have a good vantage point and because of what you said earlier about your apprehension, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And, but that vantage point also, as if I understood you correctly, that vantage point was, to some extent obscured by just the crowd. Is that correct?
Once in a while.
Well, I guess if your vantage point was not obscured, you would have had a clear shot, right?
I'm sorry?
If their vantage point of the circulator was not being obscured, you could have taken a clear photograph, right?
If I had been comfortable doing so, sure.
So in other words, you had the opportunity to take a photograph of the circulator, not paying attention to people signing his petition, but you chose not to do so because you didn't feel comfortable, correct?
Well, not entirely. So I could have easily gotten a picture of a man's back at any time while he was standing away from the crowd. But in order to get a picture that showed, okay, here's the guy and here's his petitions, I would have needed to maneuver to a different position, which was difficult to do in a wheelchair.
Wouldn't it have been just as effective to take a photograph of people signing his petition with him not present, not in the immediate area?
I think it would have been difficult to identify whose petitions they were because it was a crowd. And, you know, if one person's holding the petitions and three other people are looking at them, who knows who the petition gatherer is, you know?
But you're here to say what you saw, right?
Right.
So you could have provided that information to supplement the photograph, right?
I suppose I could have. I didn't think of that at the time.
That's all I have.
I actually have a couple questions. One, as the circulator was taking a video, could you tell at all if the video was taken away from him or towards him, like it was a selfie video?
He was too far away.
You could tell, okay. And did you by any chance hear him state his name at any time?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. All set? Thank you so much.
Right.
Next witness?
Petitioners have called all their witnesses.
Thank you very much. And the committee, do you have witnesses to call?
We do. I believe we have available Susan Mays. Yes, Susan Mays. So interveners will call Susan Mays.
Thank you.
Susan, are you able to turn on your video so we can see you, please?
Yes, I'll try. Can you tell me where the video button is? I just see the microphone.
Usually at the bottom, there's
Got it. I got it. Thank you.
Okay,
Hello.
great, thank you. Would you please state your name clearly for the record?
Susan Mays.
And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
I solemnly swear I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Susan.
Good afternoon.
So, Susan, let me ask you just some basic questions. First, you're a resident of Kentucky, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you had experience in your life with politics and petition circulation and so on?
16 years.
And could you provide us a little bit of detail as to what that experience was?
Yes, sir. I started in 2010 as a circulator, and by 2014, I was a project manager, operations manager for initiatives, governors, helping pass laws. I went around the United States working. I trained. I did onboarding, and so I was very familiar with all the processes. And sometimes I would signature gather also if I liked the cause.
And did you at one point become involved with circulating petitions for the Protect Girls Sports Initiative in the state of Maine?
Yes, sir.
And did that bring you to Thornton Academy in Saco on November 4, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about of the setup at Thornton Academy and how you went about gathering signatures?
Absolutely. So I went in, I was told there was going to be a table and chairs, but there weren't. So I had to go and get one. So it was a little bit late. And at the time, there was more people than the exhibits are showing. There were two people to my right towards the exit. And then there was another man on my left. And so in those pictures, he's not in there at all. I was fairly close, and I do remember one man next to me and on the right and left.
So you set up essentially a table in Thornton Academy for voters to come by, and if they wished, they could sign the Protect Girls Sports Initiative petition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the process of doing that, first let me ask you some basic questions. Did you understand that as a circulator of petitions, in order for a signature to be valid, you had to witness it?
Absolutely.
And has that been true in your experience as a petition circulator?
Absolutely. Sometimes you have to get notarized and sometimes you don't, but you definitely have to witness them. I work off of boards. I don't work off of blank papers with clips on them. So I also know that you have to be very careful with people's information. So when I would leave to go to the bathroom or have lunch, I picked up all my boards and took them with me. I did leave some petitions, but not for people to sign because I couldn't carry them all.
Okay, so don't get ahead of me here.
Sorry.
That's okay. You're covering a lot of ground, but that's fine. We don't have a lot of time left in the afternoon here. And I appreciate your being patient for your turn to testify. You referred to the term boards. What do you mean by that?
I mean, clipboards or cut out big, thick foam for legal size, and you put a clip on them, and so that when you hand them to people, they can sign them in a firm position.
And so there's been testimony that that you were not at the Protect Girls Sports table at all times. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there were times when you left the table. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you did that, had voters actually signed some of the petitions that you had available?
Well, they signed some blank ones. When I came back to the table, one of the gentlemen on the left to me told me that he had told them to sign my petition, and I spoke to him and said that those were no good, that he should have put them on his table, and I took them and put them away.
So let me back up a little bit. So first I want to try to get a sense of how you were going about doing things.
Mm-hmm.
So you set up a table with petitions on it and voters came by and they could sign, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you had to leave, what did you do with those petitions that had been signed?
I picked up all my boards. I had about 6 of them, and I took them with me.
And was there any particular reason for you to do that?
Well, because you're not supposed to leave people's private personal information, and I don't want someone to be encouraged to see a signature and start signing it. It's against the law.
So there were really two reasons that you brought the petitions with you. One, it had personal information on it, and the other was that it could lead to invalid signatures that you had not witnessed, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I forgot about that, but yes, that's very much true.
Okay, so when you returned, there was testimony that you were gone on two different occasions. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, I went to the lunch for about 25 minutes on the grass, and then next time I just went to the bathroom for 5 minutes.
So let me try to get a sense of when you left the table, and you, as you've testified, you brought the signed petitions with you. What was left at the table?
Just some empty blank ones that I couldn't carry because I had too many boards. There was no signatures on them when I left.
Now, when you came back on either occasion, when you came back, did you see any of these blank petitions having been signed?
I seen one petition was signed, and I picked it up and put it in my Tupperware, where I keep my essential needs.
And what did you do with that petition that had been signed?
I destroyed it because it was not valid, and I destroyed it.
You did not submit it, correct?
No, sir.
Did you submit any petition for filing with the Secretary of State that contained a signature that you had not witnessed?
No, sir.
Now, you have, I believe you heard the testimony of Mr. LaSalle, and I believe he testified that there were a large number of people who signed petitions while you were not there. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you agree with that testimony?
No, I don't agree with that one.
So putting the question another way, was it, when you came back at one instance, you've already testified, there was a signature that on a blank petition, you did not submit that petition, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
And was that let me ask you this question. In your experience as a circulator, was that your general practice?
Absolutely. I mean, you have to witness it. There's a witness statement below, and you have to sign it. So, that's the legal way to do it. And I always follow the law.
And so speaking more generally, if you returned to your position and there was a signature on a blank petition that you would not witness, that went into your Tupperware bin and was not filed?
Correct.
I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. May. Could we please display the document that's in the record at R032694? Should be a separate document. You dated this document November. Do you recognize this first as the circulator affidavit that you completed?
Yes.
And you dated this document November 4th, 2025?
Yes, sir.
And it indicates you're a resident of Kentucky, and that's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were employed to circulate petitions for the Protect Girls Sports in Maine campaign?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if I refer to that campaign as PGS?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Who employed you to circulate petitions for the PGS campaign?
L&R Political Consulting.
And how did that organization pay you to circulate petitions?
They pay me per signature.
How much were you paid per signature to collect petitions?
I think maybe $6 or $9. I can't really remember. It's not really about money.
Yeah, but somewhere between $6 or $9 per petition, or per signature rather.
Yes, sir. For my best of knowledge, yes.
Okay. Am I correct? The only day you circulated petitions for PGS was on Election Day, November 4th, 2025?
You are correct, yes.
And you circulated petitions by yourself. That's right. You didn't have a partner?
No, I did not have a partner.
Okay. What were your work hours that day?
Well, I arrived around 9 a.m., but I had to get a table. So I came back and I worked till about 3 or 3:15, and some other crew members came and took over the table.
And you said you had a table set up next to two tables from other groups. Is that right?
3 tables.
There were 3 tables total, including yours?
Yep.
And that
No, 4 tables. There was one man to my left and 2 more tables to the right. When I first started circulating, they're not in any of your exhibits. There was a man join a candidate next to me.
And this was at the Thornton Academy gym?
Yes, sir.
You had petitions on the table for people to sign?
I had petition boards on the table for people to sign, and then some extras in case I ran out.
And those extras were on the table?
Yes, sir.
And you had pens on the table that people could use to sign the petition?
I always carry pens. Yes, I did.
And so people could walk up to the table after voting at that polling location and sign the PGS petition?
Well, I mean, yes, sir.
And while you were at the gym until those 2 folks arrived to relieve you at the end of your shift, you were the only person operating the PGS table. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified that you left the table on 2 occasions while you were there after you'd set up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you check your watch when you left on each of those occasions?
I checked my iPhone.
You checked the exact time that you left when you left?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say I could remember the exact time, but I mean, I have a good understanding. I think somewhere around 2 o'clock, and to go to the bathroom, and maybe a little after 12, I think, to eat. But I can't give you the exact time, but I know how long I was gone. I ate lunch and went to the restroom, which is right inside the building.
And so since you can't give us the exact time you left, if somebody else testified to when they observed you leaving, you wouldn't have reason to dispute the exact information they provided, would you?
Well, maybe the lady, I never met her, but I met the gentleman.
Okay. So you wouldn't have reason to dispute what the lady said, you said?
I would suppose not.
Okay. Now, when you left the table, you said you took your boards with you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you left those extra petitions on the table, right?
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you testify that when you returned, you only found a single signature on those petition sheets that had been on the table? Did I get that right?
Well, I wouldn't say it would be a single signature. I would say there was a petition, and when I came back, the gentleman that was doing the candidate said to me, "I got them to sign your petitions." And I said to him, "No, you should have not done that, because I was not there to witness it. If you were going to do something like that, you should put it on your own table." So I took it off the table.
And that was a single petition sheet that he said people had signed?
One petition, yes. I think in one of the exhibits you can see, but I couldn't see it clear enough. There was not 15 or 20. I don't think they even hold that many. But there was a few, and I put them away because they were invalid.
There were a few signatures on one petition sheet?
Yeah, yes, sir. That I recall. I don't recall anymore.
Okay. Can we please display petitioner's exhibit number 9? This is the table that you had set up in the Thornton Academy gym that day?
Yes, but I didn't leave it like that. They were covered and I didn't put pins on them. My pins would have been just stuck in the middle right there.
Gotcha. So while you had been gone, other people had moved the materials that were on your table.
I believe so. I did not leave my table like that. They would have been stacked, just set apart.
Okay, and so because you had left the table unattended, people were able to move the things that were on the table.
Well, I mean, yes, it looks like they did, but I mean, that was not my intent.
Okay, and if we could zoom in, please. Do you see there's multiple petition sheets on this table?
I do. I see a blank one. I see another blank one, and I see some with some signatures like I've already stated.
Mm-hmm. And so there are not just one or two signatures on that sheet. There's almost a fully complete sheet. Do you see that?
I stated that there was quite a few, but it was not full. I didn't know if it was 9 or 10. I couldn't remember how many was on each petition.
And so you don't know who signed this petition sheet that you had left unattended at your table while taking a break that day. Is that right?
I do not.
And is your testimony that it was on the second occasion that you left the table that the gentleman at the next table told you that people had signed the petition?
I would believe it was on my first occasion.
Okay, and so if this is a photo from the second time that you left your table.
No, the first time.
Apologies, if you let me finish my question.
Okay.
If this photo was in fact not taken, well, let me scratch that. When did you take your break the first time?
I believe I took a break at around between 12 to 12:25, I believe.
Okay. And when you returned around from that lunch break, if we can call it that, that's when you spoke to that gentleman at the next table. Is that right?
No, sir. You know what? I'm sorry. No, because that gentleman would have been in the photograph. I apologize. The gentleman would have been sitting to my left. So this would have been the second time. You were right. I apologize.
Okay, and so did I
he's not sitting he's not in any of these photographs.
Okay, and so do I understand your testimony that on the first occasion that you returned from a break, is it your testimony that there were no signed petitions on your table?
I do not I do not know right now because I'm a little confused about the fact that when the first time I left, there was another man beside me, and I told him that, he told me he had people sign, and I told him not to do that. But then on these photographs, he's not there. So I just know that if there was any signed petitions when I was not there, they were put away and discarded and not submitted to the Secretary of State.
I'm sorry, I understood your testimony to be that there was a single occasion where you spoke to somebody and then you removed a single sheet from the table. Did I have that testimony correct?
Well, there's a single sheet right there, sir.
And I'm asking you more broadly, on that day, is it your testimony that you had a conversation with the man at the next table and
Yes.
you then got a single petition sheet that people had signed while you were gone and then removed that? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and so that happened on one of the two occasions that you left the table, correct?
No, I believe you might be right about two, and I'm very sorry, but towards the end, and one of the reasons I left is because the environment where I was working was a little hostile, and so I was a little traumatized by it, and I called in other team members to come back, so that might take to some of my confusion about it because I don't do very well, when people are being hostile or mean or, calling me names. So I'm sorry if I'm a little confused on that issue, but I believe that's around the time because the other man's not at the next to me.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on your testimony. So it was the second occasion that you took a break, where you then took the petitions that people had signed during the second break and you said you set it to the side. Is that correct?
Both, yes, sir, both times.
Both times you
Yes, sir.
you found petitions on the table.
Yes, but I think the first one is right, that only had one, but this one had more. And, like I said, I think it had, looks like 9 or 10.
And so after you came back from the table came back to your table on the first occasion, you found that people had signed the petitions while you had been gone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then when you left the second time, you left blank petitions on your table again?
I just pick up my boards, sir. I take people's information with me. I was only gone to the bathroom. I just don't leave anything with people's private information on. I couldn't carry them all. Sorry.
But you left the blank petitions on the table the second time that you left. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, people signed blank petitions while you were gone, not attending the table, correct?
Without my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay.
But they were not used.
And when you say they were not used, what do you mean?
I mean, they were not turned in with my turn-in.
What did you do with those petitions?
I crossed them out and put them in the garbage.
Did you tell the voters who had signed those petition sheets that you had struck their names and thrown those sheets in the garbage?
I would not have the opportunity to do that.
Okay. And are you confident that the petition sheets that we see in Petitioner's Exhibit number 9 couldn't have ended up on your boards?
I'm absolutely confident. I'm an operations manager. I help run presidential campaigns. My confidence is very high.
I see I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 blank petitions here on the table. Am I seeing that correctly?
No, those are thick pieces of paper. They have like 6 different ones. 1, 2, I would say maybe there's 4. That's one. The first one with the pen, second one with the pen, and I think the one underneath that had 2 packets or a package.
And it's your testimony that you could take multiple boards with you, but not these pieces of paper when you took breaks?
It's my testimony that I don't particularly take blank petitions with me, and 6 boards is a lot, plus my purse, my drink, my lunch, I only have so much I can hold.
And on that second occasion, you didn't take those petitions with you, even though you knew that people had been signing petitions the first time while you were absent from the table?
As I expressed to you earlier, around that time, things started getting hostile in the environment I was in, and I was a little rattled, so I probably did not. Because I was being cussed at and screamed at and called all kinds of names, and I felt very uncomfortable. And so I walked to the bathroom and called my crew members and asked them if they'd please come take over for me.
Could we return? Actually, scratch that. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I just have a couple of questions for you. To the best of your recollection, you testified that there was a circulator for a candidate that was circulating next to you. What times was the circulator there? When did they arrive and when did they leave? To the best of your
I think he was there before I arrived, and there was room for me to get in between him. So it was him first, then me, and then 2 other tables towards the end of the gym. So okay. I was like, so he was there, and I don't know or recall what time he left. I know he was there when I came back from my lunch. And then at some point, I don't remember when he left. I don't know if he was still there. He couldn't have been there. Maybe he took down his table and came back. I'm not sure, because at the time I left. So I don't know how long he stayed, but he wasn't there next to me during any of the exhibits.
Okay, so he was, by the time you left the second time to go to the bathroom, he had left, or at least he wasn't there at that point.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember who the candidate was that he was collecting signatures for?
Well, I can just describe him to you. He was running for a Republican. I think he was wearing a red shirt, a kind of heavy set man, and you seem to have known the candidate, and worked for him before. I don't know if it was governor or I don't know which office he was running for. I apologize.
And can you give me a sense of how much business he was getting? How many people were signing his petition?
Well, he had a petition, but he was really asking for donations for the campaign, to like pitch in. I think it was like $5. So I think it was more focused on that and or both. But that's really what he's doing. So he really wasn't getting a lot of leeway because of the money, I feel.
When you say he wasn't getting a lot of leeway, there weren't many people coming up to his table. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, they came up to his table, but I mean, he wasn't making a lot of progress with getting them to donate.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of whether there was generally a crowd around that table or not.
Well, yeah, sometimes there was a great amount of crowd, and he also was sending the people my way too.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And does the committee have another witness?
We do. Raquel Harris is on the line.
Hello, Ms. Harris. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. Would you please state your name clearly for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Raquel Harris.
And would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth in your testimony at this hearing today?
Yes, ma'am. I swear.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Raquel. I have just a few questions for you. Now, you came to Maine to circulate petitions for the Protect Girls Sports Initiative. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've had experience with circulating petitions before, is that right?
Yes, for about 7 years.
So that's something that you do as part of your living, is that right?
Yes.
And in that work, do you understand that it's important to abide by whatever the rules of the state that you're in require for petitions?
Yes, sir.
Now, and that is that is it fair to characterize yourself as a professional circulator?
Yes, sir.
And is your reputation as a professional important to you?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you just a few questions about your experience as a circulator here in Maine. Or maybe the better way to ask it would be, could you describe for us the circulation duties that you did in Maine, sort of generally? Give us an overview.
Well, basically, every day we would leave our hotel and our project manager would give us locations or events to go. There was a lot of events that I had to go to. Mainly, that's what where I would petition, and I would have a partner with me or somebody riding with me that was also petitioning, and we would go to those events and locations that our manager sent, and we would circulate the petition.
Now, when you would circulate a petition, would people approach you and ask you, what's the petition about?
Yes, like at one of the events, that I was circulating. A particular lady, she stopped me. She was working at a food truck, and she asked what we were doing, and she said that I could actually stand by her food truck and put one like on the counter where people would pay, and I was there to witness people signing it. And there was another event where a lady
Let me
actually.
just interrupt you a little bit, Raquel, on that. And what I really was asking you is, when somebody would approach you and you had a petition with you, would they ask you, what is this petition about? And you would give them an explanation. Would that happen?
Yes, I would give them an explanation or let them read the wording on the top of the petition.
And then they could decide to sign or not, correct?
Right.
And when people would sign your petitions that you were circulating, would you ask them for any identification?
No, I didn't ask for any identification. I'm the circulator of the petition. I just witnessed all the signatures. Even, I'm always in the area where my petition is, and I don't ask for any identification. So if you sign the petition, I assume that you're able to sign the petition and that you're obligated, you're a registered voter, because I actually are your registered voter.
And let me ask the question differently, that as far as you know, did anybody sign a petition that you were circulating who was not qualified to do so?
No, sir. Like I said, as I witnessed, everybody I asked, they were registered voters, and I don't know anyone who was not obligated to sign.
That's all I have for questions. Thank you so much, Raquel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harris. You were paid to circulate petitions in Maine about the Protect Girls Sports in Maine petition, is that right?
Correct.
Who is your employer?
Synergy. Yes, Synergy.
Synergy is the name of the company?
Yes.
And you were paid per each signature you gathered, is that correct?
Right.
How much were you paid per signature gathered?
We were paid like $4 per signature.
And when would you receive your per signature payment?
It wasn't really, I'm not sure, like it was never the same times. It would just be when they wanted to pay us, actually.
Did you get paid once a week?
No.
Once every 2 weeks?
We probably would have gotten paid maybe one time that week, and then another time, say if we were getting paid that Thursday, we would get paid probably like that Tuesday or Wednesday.
You get paid on a Thursday and then on the next Tuesday? That was your regular pay schedule?
Right. So, well, I mean, you could say every week, but it wasn't always every week. So
every other week?
It would just be different times. I can't really give you an exact time on when we would get paid because it would be different times. Like there's a time when there was 2 weeks I got paid 1 week, and then the next week I didn't get paid until the following week after that. So.
Okay, so you didn't, you got paid before you submitted all of the signatures that you were gathering to the Secretary of State,
No,
right?
No, we didn't get paid before we submitted them.
Okay.
It would be after.
And the more signatures you gathered, the more money you would make, right?
Well, mine stayed the same.
You got paid per
I
signature,
didn't really,
right?
yeah, I didn't
The more
really,
signatures you submitted, the more money you would make, right?
yeah, some people, it didn't go the same for everyone. Everybody's getting paid different stuff, from my knowledge.
But in your case, you got paid on a per signature basis. So if you submitted more signatures, you got paid more. Is that correct?
Right, but I always got paid the same rate, $4 per signature, the whole time I was in Maine.
I understand that the per signature rate stayed the same, but I'm saying if you submitted more signatures overall, you would get paid more because you got $4 per signature, right?
For some people, yes, but for some people that did not apply. But I don't understand why that was that way, but that's how it was.
Did that apply to you, that was how it worked?
No.
So you did not get paid on a per signature basis?
No, I got paid on a per signature basis.
Can we please, well, actually, before I ask you that, how much did you make in total for your work on the Protect Girls Sports in Maine campaign?
I'm not really sure how much I got paid in total because I've only did that petition for like 1 week.
Can you give me an estimate?
I'd probably at the most, if I got paid $4 per signature, I think it was, I don't know, let me see, 50 times 4. Probably like $500 at the most or around that.
You mentioned that you would go out with a partner. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Who was your partner?
Trendarian Phillips was my partner.
Did you have any other partners other than Mr. Phillips?
No. It was one particular time the manager told me to drop off this girl, but I have no idea what her name is. She was an African-American girl.
Did you circulate petitions with that woman on that occasion?
No,
Drop her off.
no. I just circulated with Trendarian. Me and him would go to a lot of the events together.
Can we please display a demonstrative exhibit with some materials from the administrative record? And if we could go first, and this will display in just a moment, Ms. Harris. And these have been shared with the opposing counsel previously.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could start with the document that's marked R013152 in the bottom right. It is 013152. Ms. Harris, if you look at the upper left, does that have your name?
Yes.
Okay. And that is your handwriting. Your name is in your handwriting?
Yes.
And there's a circulator's oath and a signature of circulator line. That is also your handwriting there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And also the printed name in the circulator's oath, that is also in your handwriting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where else on this petition sheet does your handwriting appear?
Where it says Hiram. And at the top of the page where it says Hiram and the number 8. And
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's fine. Where it says Hiram at the top, where there's the number 8 and the 900.
Yep. Is it your testimony under oath that none of the information in any of the columns on this petition sheet are in your handwriting?
No, sir. To the best of my knowledge, I witnessed someone sign each one of these lines.
Ms. Harris, are you confident that each of the individuals whose name appears on the sheet on rows 1 through 8 personally signed the petition?
Yes, sir.
So you're confident that if I spoke to each of these 8 people, they'd confirm that they signed the petitions themselves?
Objection. Her testimony is she does not check the identification of the people signing the petition, so she can't testify to that. It's an improper question.
I just asked whether she was confident that each of the individuals whose names appeared on the sheet personally signed the petition.
I'm confident that I witnessed people sign this petition, but I do not ask for any identification whatsoever.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
I'm going to overrule the objection. All right, continue, sorry.
So, Ms. Harris, my question was, so you're confident that if I spoke to each of those 8 people, they'd confirm that they signed the petitions?
I am confident that I witnessed people sign this
Same
petition.
objection. She doesn't take any identification. She can't be confident that the people, if you actually track people down, each one of them would say that they signed it, because it is possible that people who were not qualified to sign, signed for somebody else. She doesn't ask for any identification. It lacks a proper foundation. In order to ask that question to have it accurately answered, you would have to establish that she required people to produce identification, that they were who they said they were. Then she would have that level of confidence. This is a trick question, shouldn't be allowed.
I understood that the objection had been overruled, and I was re-asking the same question.
Am I okay to speak now?
Hold on 1 second. I'm still going to overrule. I think it's a valid question. She's talking about her assumption of the validity of their identity as they're signing it.
No, that's not the way the question is framed. The question is framed, is the person who signed would say. We don't know what the person who signed would say. All we know is that she didn't ask for identification. I assume she has already testified. She assumed people signed because they were qualified. That question has been asked and answered.
And it's been overruled.
Okay, Ms. Harris, let me ask you that question again so that's clear for you. So you're
Yes,
confident that if I spoke to each of those 8 people, they'd confirm that they signed the petitions?
And I am confident that I witnessed people sign this petition, but I did not ask for any identification when I spoke with these individuals.
And if we scroll down to the bottom of the same sheet under circulator's oath, I'm just going to read this and ask you to confirm that I spoke correctly. I hereby make oath that I am the circulator of this petition, that I personally witnessed all of the signatures to this petition, and that to the best of my knowledge and belief, each signature is that of the person whose name it purports to be. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And that was the oath that you took?
Yes, sir.
And you'd have no explanation if any of those 8 people said they in fact did not sign the petition?
No, sir. Like I said, I witnessed individuals sign this petition. I don't ask for identification, so I would assume that everybody would be qualified to sign this petition and that they are who they say they are on this petition.
If we turn to the document marked R012838. 12838. And again, if we go to the upper left, that is your name again in the upper left?
Yes, sir.
And that's your handwriting again?
Yes.
And if we go to the circulator's oath, that is your signature in your handwriting?
Yes, sir.
Now, if we look in the bottom right of this page, there is a petition log box. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we see that of the 5 signatures on this sheet, only 2 were found to be valid. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And 3 signatures were found to be invalid. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I'll represent to you that ANO means that the government official who examined the petitions you submitted determined that someone other than the voter signed the petition. My question for you is, how is it that 2 of the 5 signatures on the sheet are not from the voter indicated?
Honestly, like I said, I witnessed people sign this petition. I went to a lot of events, and like I was in the area with my petition. I always had eyes on my petition. And I would assume that the people who signed this petition are who they say they are and that they were qualified to sign.
So are you testifying that 2 different people forged signatures on this sheet, and that's the explanation?
Objection. That is completely improper. Now you're asking her to speculate as to what people were thinking when they were signing. She has testified that she assumed the people who signed the petition were able to sign it. Perhaps they were, perhaps they were not, but she can't testify as to what they were thinking. That's really where it's unfair question. And I would note for the record, the circulator oath, as has been read into the record, expressly recognizes that this is a possibility. The circulator oath recognizes the circulators don't ask the signers for their identification, and therefore, to the best of their knowledge and belief, the people are qualified to sign. That's why it's phrased that way. A circulator should not be in a position where they're then required to speculate as to whether people sign these or not. And as the secretary is well aware, the A&O designation is a result of a comparison of handwriting. We understand the registrars get to make that judgment. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But to put Ms. Harris or any other circulator in a position where they're trying to read the minds of people whose signatures a registrar later determined did not match is really unfair. She signed the circulator oath, and that is what she's held to.
The witness has testified that she personally observed everybody who signed the petitions on her sheet. We have multiple signatures that were found to be not from the voter who signed the petition sheet. I am asking what her explanation is to her personal observation of what happened that multiple people signed the sheet who are not the voter in question. I'm asking her for a question that is in her personal knowledge.
Is it my turn? Am I able to speak now?
Please just wait for a second, Ms. Harris.
Okay.
I'm going to sustain the question, or sustain the objection. I apologize.
Ms. Harris, is that your handwriting next to the signatures that are marked as ANO on this sheet?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, Ms. Harris, I want to turn your attention to instances on your petitions where the same voter's name appears more than once. And I want to ask you some questions about that.
Okay.
In these examples, I'm going to show you a page that compares signatures that are on two different petition sheets.
Okay.
So to start, let's look at signatures for Diane Hall.
Mm-hmm.
The first is on a sheet that you circulated. That's at R004959 in the record. The second appears on a petition circulated by someone else. That's at 4975 in the record. In the sheet you circulated, that first one, it lists Ms. Hall as residing in Bristol. Do you see that?
Yes.
And on the other sheet, Ms. Hall is listed as residing in New Harbor. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can we agree that Ms. Hall likely knows what town she lives in?
I would assume she would.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now we're showing this witness who is responsible for her own petitions, somebody else's petition for some other jurisdiction. To me, this is taking her beyond the realm of personal knowledge and asking her to engage in speculation. So she's already testified as to having observed the circulator's oath, and she's not going to be shown some other person's petition to compare her signatures with somebody else's signatures. That didn't happen until right now. These are unfair questions. They lack a proper foundation.
I am asking a circulator about petitions that she personally circulated to ask questions about those petitions. I am noting an instance where the same voter signed on a different petition. I'm asking her about petitions she personally circulated and again has testified that she observed every signature in the record. I'm not sure what questions I would be asking of a circulator other than about petitions they circulated.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think let's stick the questioning to the petitions that she witnessed and she circulated and she signed.
I just want to put on the record, to preserve our right on appeal, that sustaining that objection we think is legal error that would potentially subject the remand hearing to reverse. It's quite prejudicial to us, the petitioners. These circulators have attested under oath as to the contents of their own petition sheets. And it is within their knowledge to ask them about the lines on their sheets in view of other signatures and any inconsistencies there are, and to ask them to account for whether or not something on their petition sheet is inconsistent in view of that. So I want to put that on the record to preserve it for appeal.
Right. And Ms. Harris, I'm going to ask you some questions about petition sheets that you personally submitted. I will not ask you any questions about any sheets submitted by other circulators as I continue to ask you questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Harris, are you aware that 24 Seawood Park Road is in New Harbor and not Bristol?
I'm unaware of any addresses dealing with Maine. I'm not from there. So I would assume that any person who signed knows where they live, and so I don't.
Oh, okay, thank you. And if we can turn now to a signature for Beverly Yates. This appears on a petition sheet that you circulated at R005199. On the petition sheet that you circulated, it indicates that Ms. Yates resides in Paris. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know whether 32 Boulder Avenue is in Paris or another city called South Paris?
Like I said, I'm not aware of any addresses dealing with Maine. I'm not from Maine, so I would assume that whatever this particular individual wrote on this line would be where they're from.
Okay. And if you look at the printed name on the petition sheet that you circulated, am I seeing that that's spelled Bevely for the first name?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at the signature, it looks like there's an R in that name, Beverly, isn't there?
Right. It looks like they wrote it up there.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I have no further questions.
I do not have any questions.
We have no further questions.